France, Italy, Greece, Spain, and Portugal. Yeah, that fits. All right. Let's do this. Everyone get ready to say hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Welcome back, guys. We are finally doing our annual Witcher 3 replay. We are going to have a blast in New Game Plus with Death March. We've got mods on to make everything as lore accurate as humanly possible. We have a gorgeous looking ENB. It's going to be a blast. So without further ado, we are going to start our replay. Now, I'm going to let you guys know up front that some of the mods that we have in place, I don't think that they should clash with anything, but if they do, then we'll have a little cutting and splicing and stuff going on, but we're just going to have a blast. Everything is going to be lore accurate. We're going to be having a lot of book, show, and game spoiler discussion sessions. So this is one of those cases where you are perfectly welcome to talk about quests. You are perfectly welcome to nerd out in lore. So without further ado, let's hop in. But just so that we all understand where we're at in advance, this is going to be a very spoiler heavy replay. Thanks guys so much, and without further ado, here we go. All right, so this is how we do this. So for those of you that don't know, you need to have a manual save slot before you start New Game Plus from your end game, wherever that left off. Still get chills with the cutscene. Look at our girl. And as an equestrian, I just have to tell you, it makes me very happy that she rides with like an intensity. Enjoy, Emmy, no problem. So let me crank the volume. I've always loved this. I just think, I love that her magic is so, right, Ingo? It's the same vibes. Replay after my current playthrough. Raph, I feel like we should just become Witcher 3 streamers. You want to just become Witcher 3 streamers, start a podcast, make lots of money, just have straight up just lore discussions all day? Because like we could do this. We could also do cross references to Tolkien, Martin, all these other series. I've been thinking this for the longest time that I was like, man, I would just love to have a fantasy nerds podcast and all we just fucking do is play fantasy games and vibe. Like we could have an Elden Ring podcast and it would slap. That's all I'm saying. Because this gets me going. Like when I first got into The Witcher 3, it took me about 3 years of trying to finally be in the right headspace for the game. And once I was, I mean, we fell in love with Yennefer minute one because I was like, well, she's right. I was like, well, she's right. Off the bat. But beyond that, Ingo's gonna laugh. Beyond that, Yennefer was right. The whole rest of the game, I did not care. I was like, she's just correct. I clocked that she'd been cheated on was like, correct response to being treated on. Being treated on. I'm creating New English. It's fine. Now we have Yen. So for context, for those of you that are not like super into the story or don't know the background, she's basically now riding off to the next location where they were supposed to meet at, but in the middle of everything, she got intercepted, so she loses all of her books. She loses all the materials that she was supposed to be bringing back and forth. New English and German grammar style. Oh, which by the way, Emmy and everybody in my chat who is not from America or speaks another language, my polyglots, I have wonderful news for you. Are you ready? This is exciting. So my Duolingo profile is officially up on the Linktree. You guys can add me as a friend and we can keep up with our language courses together if you guys would like. And you can see what languages that I'm currently going through. I have a huge roster of them. If you guys are speaking a language and you're like, hey, I would love for my streamer to learn some words in that language, you can shout it out in the chat and I'll add it to the roster and you can keep up with me on it in real time. So that's a fun new thing that we're doing because I would love to be a polyglot myself. And I'm working on it. I'm so excited for her hair. Ingo, I literally do not even care about, like, people drool over Geralt. I'm like, I just want to see her hair. Back in the basement again for 4 weeks. He made me insane again, right, Emmy? Oh my god, I know. I got the Duolingo Unlimited, so I've just been going ham in that. God, I'm so excited.
You know I don't find that amusing.
The best part of the whole game? Actually, I'm sorry, but their two-song conversation is most definitely the best part of the whole game. This is a close second, though. First of all, the Peach. Can we just talk? Can we just talk?
It wasn't meant to amuse, but to prod you to hurry. It's midday already.
Chef's kiss.
You promised Ciri you'd train with her. Go before Vesemir bores her to death with those
Swedish.
extras.
Oh, you and me. I just did a lesson in Swedish actually yesterday, and I was thinking of you while I was doing it. I was like, wait a minute.
So, later then.
So bad a bird stabs a
See you
heart for it.
later.
Goals. Honestly, goals. Ooh, the E and B though. The E and B just made this so much spicier. Oh my god, are we ready? I can't. The replay has begun. Let's do this. Oh my god, it's so much better. Ingo, it's so much better. Ingo, I'm screaming. It's so much better. Oh my god, it's so much better. Oh my god, it's so much better. Oh my god, it's so much better. What? It's so much better. Oh. If you guys have yen emotes, feel free to start spamming them because, oh my god, it's so much better. Yes, 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 yes. We have to talk to her. This is so much better. Oh my god, it's so much. Oh my god, it's so much. Oh my god, it's so much better. Oh, this mod. Thank you, Emmy. I definitely need the hydrate. Brother, it's so much better. What?
See, I thought Ciri could stand to wait a little longer.
Indeed.
It's uninstructive, not to mention unreasonable.
Oh my god, and her eyes, the lore accurate eyes.
I missed you a lot.
And I missed you, but we'll have plenty of time to make up for that. Go and train with her, then come back. It'll give me a chance to put my face on.
Of all the women I've known, you're the only one who does that before.
You've known many.
What's it matter? Only ever thought of you.
This is everything to me. This is so much goals, especially too. Like, I love that she's not even...
Ciri awaits.
I love that she's not even phased by the idea that perhaps he's been with more women.
Got
Like,
any
that's
clothes
just...
that aren't black
Like,
or
the
white?
fact that they are
Undergarments.
not monogamous is such a wonderful aspect of their relationship that I think, especially in today's modern society, deserves more discussion. Enjoy, Emmy. Goodwin, it's so good to see you. Oh my god, Goodwin, we have just seen our Yennefer hair mod,
Of course.
and I'm living for it.
Stop fingering my toiletries.
Oh my god, I forgot that she says fingering my toiletries. Why did that send me? I love it. I love it. I'm just so happy to be back, guys. We've missed this game so
You're
much.
running out of juice.
I know. You might bring me some more once you're done
Now, this is
training.
a reference from the books, by the way. His first meeting with Yennefer, she's actually lying in another man's bed. She's like clearly like just been fucked. Okay, she's like laying over the side of the bed. This is a gorgeous scene that I'm about to set. Her hair is like a tumble everywhere. He just sees this like beautiful woman laid out. He brings her apple juice, a jug of apple juice for the lady, because when he walks into this manor, right, everybody, it's like an orgy. She has basically bewitched the place so that everybody is just like, you know, it's the aftermath of like a massive orgy. And he just walks through this manor with this jug of apple juice, shows up in this room, sees this like gorgeous woman just like toppled over in this bed, like she does not give a fuck and cares more about her hydration and apple juice than she does
Fountain Pass as beautiful as ever.
oh my god, this E&B. Oh wow, this EMB is quality. Enjoy, Phoenix! Recent events. I hope it goes well for you, Phoenix. So it's like, basically the fact that now this thing between them is the apple juice is a very, very cute lore aspect. Oh yes, you're playing The Witcher, exactly. Enjoy. That's the event. Yeah, we're back. I'm so excited.
Old Witcher's fast asleep. Ciri's disappeared.
We're back
somewhere, of
home.
course.
I'm so happy. Vesemir. Good afternoon, Harley. How you doing? Oh my god, it feels so good. I'm so happy that we're doing the replay officially. I've needed this.
First practice to theory.
What?
Time to wake up, Master. These lessons so boring they put you to sleep too.
Damn it. Had to take
Enjoy,
notes on
Ingo, that
rules
sounds
and
wonderful.
mountains. Wanted to rest
Right,
my
Raph? This ENB is just...
Making her slog through that brick.
I
No
want
wonder
to
she
be
took
there.
off.
John of Bruges lacks flair. True,
God,
but
wait,
he's
hang on.
reliable.
Hang on.
The hogwash they print nowadays.
You know what we're gonna do?
She's tackling the pendulums, right? How many times do I have to tell her? Don't train alone. It only embeds your errors. Bring our young damsel to the lower courtyard.
Alright, Chad, are you
Wants to
ready?
Practice? She'll get to practice.
So what perfume do you guys think we should start with today from Vengerberg Glamour? Should we start with Yennefer? Should we start with Essie Dobbin? Should we start with Philippa Eilhart? Or should we go with the fantastic Lidenide, aka Coral? What sorceress, aka powerful feminine figure, should we start with from the series? I feel like I know which one that you guys are going to pick right off the bat, but I feel like for every day of the playthrough we should pick the perfume accordingly. Philippa for today? Nice! Ingo coming out with the surprise. This is cinnamon and musk root. We have one vote for Philippa. Chat, do you disagree? Or are we combining them? Yen, always Yen. We have a vote for Yen, alright? It's a toss-up right now between Yen and Philippa. I'm willing to hear dissenting arguments. Say not Yennefer yet, save the best for last. Okay, we have one vote away from Yennefer. Philippa going once. Save the best for last. Oh my god, wait, everybody's in the same vibe. I love it. The Denied Coral. Oh, Coral's one of my favorite sorceresses. Oh my god, she's such a bitch, but I love her. She's so nasty, but I love her. Like, poor Coral and her attachment issues. Oh, Coral, I wish, oh my god, I wish she had lived to be in the games. I really do, because she's like beautiful and terrifying in every way, shape, and form. Another vote for Coral. All right, we have 2 for Coral. We have 1 for Philippa. Fine, Philippa. We have 2 for Philippa. We have 2 for Coral. Who's gonna be our tiebreaker? I'll go Coral. All right. Coral wins. Going once, going twice. Here we are with Coral now. Coral to Miss Lidenide, who actually has a beautiful galleon on her bottle. Now, if you guys, by the way, are not supporting Vengerberg Glamour, you should be. If you would like lore-accurate, book-accurate Witcher perfume lotions, this is the way to go. These things are non-irritating. They are decadent. I've had most of these for a couple of years and they don't spoil, which is really nice.
Don't get mad at her.
But I cannot recommend Charlotte
The
and her
whippersnapper
endeavor enough.
refuses to
She
do as she's
is
told.
amazing.
Like that about her.
Fine. I suppose I'm partly to blame.
I'm right,
This
Phoenix.
has to end.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Now. Killing monsters is not something to be taken lightly. Ciri must understand that if she's to become one of us.
Oh my god,
I'll
wait,
see you
guys.
below.
Smells nice. Yeah, I know, right? You can totally tell. Now, Coral's signature perfume, by the way, is Apricot and Freesia, which you can actually get soap bars of on Amazon for like $4. I used them actually all summer, last summer, and it was like the most decadent, lovely scent. I did not think it would be as beautiful as it is. Jay, it's so good to see you, dude. How you doing? Don't be. I'm not, right, Phoenix? Oh my god. Wait, did I tell you guys about the fact that I'm figuring out how to implement treat stream? I'm actually really excited about it, or it's like streamer treats. I forget what the name of it is.
Circus pirouette.
It's either treat stream or streamer treats, one of the two.
Wrong.
But it basically allows the audience to like order you food if you guys want. And I'm really interested in it, but I'm also so lazy
With a flip?
that it's hard for
What
me
do
to
you
like
think?
create the food order.
All right. Take off the blindfold.
She's so cute.
You've
Oh my
got
God,
work to
her
do.
lore
Your
accurate
reflexes are
eyes.
Still slow.
Maybe for a witcher.
Oh my
Think
God, her
travelers or
lore
striggers will go
accurate
easy on you
eyes.
because you haven't undergone the mutations. Though in your shoes,
Dre,
I'd fear
what?
Vesemir more than any Strigga. Disobeying his instructions, unwise.
Dre, I'm so sorry, dude. What happened?
Yes, but that book was horribly dull.
I know, and you know that's no excuse.
I'm sorry. It won't happen again.
I love
Better
this.
not.
He's such a
Vesemir
dad.
said if it does, he'll make you eat a bowl of slugs covered in salt.
You!
I love her.
So
She's
you
just
best
such a
behave.
vibe.
Come on, we'll
Oh
practice
my
with the
God,
others
Dre,
down
what
below.
happened?
Shall
Just
we
South
run the
Africa
walls?
things.
Not this time. Believe me, you don't want to
Oh,
keep
Dre,
Vesemir
I'm
waiting.
so sorry, dude. It sucks so bad. What the hell? Oh my God, she's so cute. I love her little like mismatched outfit. But then I love how in Adult Series you can actually see Yen as her
Anything
mom
to
and
say
her
for
style
yourself, young lady?
like matches, like corresponds so
I'm very
beautifully.
sorry, Uncle Vesemir.
Maintenance
Young blood
things. A huge
craves
chunk of the
action,
city
I
is
understand.
waterless.
But when you fight a beast,
so
knowledge
sorry,
counts
dude.
as much
What?
as your silver sword. At the very
Oh,
least,
dude.
you ought to be able to tell a ghoul from an owl ghoul.
By marking,
so sad.
like unto the Panthera tigris that in Zeracania dwells.
My
and
girl.
by the sickly paleness of its visage.
She does her homework.
So you did read the chapter.
Blades.
Still, you should have
I
asked
want
if-
it so bad,
You
Ingo.
were
I've actually been
Uncle
thinking about tossing it
Vesemir.
up on Throne because I would absolutely kill for it. I've heard very good things. I will say about Vengerbergs, the difference for me with Vengerbergs has been that it doesn't have a chemical after set. It feels very light and feminine and very like, the best way I can explain it is like regal. Like of all the lilac and gooseberries, Charlotte's is just like regal. And when I first smelled it, I was like, whoa, this is like the first time that you put on really nice, expensive lingerie and you're like, oh, I get it now. You're like, oh, baby. Parts of South Africa was internetless as someone stole the underwater cape.
So you did the reading. Well,
Someone
not admitted
stole
right
the
off.
cables?
Never pounce on an advantage as soon as it appears.
I love
Wait
this.
till it stands to have maximum effect. Uncle
He's
Vesemir's
like, I understand battle
Well,
tactics.
You're a quick study. Quick, but mischievous. Fine, we've talked enough. Geralt, you're with me, Lambert with Eskel, Ciri with the dummy.
Again?
Stop groaning and grab a sword.
He's so cute.
What do you think? Should we start by reviewing the fundamentals?
Too
or
deep
go
to just
right
be
free
stolen.
training?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dre.
Let's skip straight to free training.
Definitely like the Blades one, yeah, because that one smells like you're walking among. Ingo, I'm so excited. Oh, I definitely have to try it. I keep on seeing advertisements too pop up for it because, like, so, you know, full seriousness, everything that I use is basically like in some way either Witcher or witchcraft themed in general. And I was like, listen, I'm into it.
Ciri,
I'm
get
living
down
for it.
here.
A little she-devil.
I love that they call her the little she-devil. I like, if I ever were to have a child someday, I would love for that to be
Find
like
that
how they're
helmet.
thought of. I would never want to have like a super compliant child like I was when I was growing up because I was always very scared.
Ciri?
I would love to have a more mischievous, adventurous child. Oh my god, Ingo, I'm so
I'll
excited.
make sure to find every last blade for you.
What I want so bad, and I would love this, is for Charlotte to release Fringilla's Rose and Ambergris scent that's described in the books. She's mentioned to me a couple times that she's working on Fringillas, and I was like, Charlotte, I'm going to lose my shit. Fringilla is one of my favorite characters in the books because she's so sad. Like, do you know how heartbroken that you have to be to make a whole cream that makes it so that your coworkers can't see your blush when people bring up your ex-boyfriend? Ugh. My heart. I was like, my girl, I understand. She literally had to make a tincture that was like, you can't see my blush, as my coworkers are humiliating me. I was like, ugh. Bottle. Remains sweet, and unfortunately they also have perfume oil. Oh my god, right? Right. Oh, perfume oil rollers, they're so good. I have one actually sitting here called Water Goddess that I've been trying out by, it's Kumba made. So far it's pretty good, but I just love the size of these. That they're like portable. Convenient. Oh, cool. We have our nice armor on. I forgot this would be a thing. So we also, I think I put in weather mods. Don't quote me.
You all right?
Had a nightmare.
About?
Take forever to explain.
I wonder if we should have
Gone
stashed
some way
things.
off. We've got time.
I think we should have stashed things. And no problem, Goodwin. Oh my god, the baby is so cute.
Started in the guest room at Kaer Morhen. I was relaxing in the tub, and next to me,
Triss?
Yennefer. Funny, isn't it? She's never been there. Seemed so real in my dream, though.
Was she nagging you about something? True to life, indeed.
Wife energy. Big wife energy. And we love it. We love to see it.
I know we will. That's not what worries me. You've seen her tracks. She's at full gallop all the time. Breakneck speed through wild lands, devastated battlefields. She's in a hurry to get somewhere. Or fleeing something. Either way, it means trouble of some sort.
Be surprised if she wasn't in trouble. She's always poked her nose in beehives. Courtly intrigues
She
here,
has.
mages' conspiracies there. What do you expect?
Only when it's
Don't
littered
know.
with red hair.
Guess I thought
Which is
once
very
we were finally
understandable.
reunited, things would be calm, at least for a while.
Calm? With Yennefer?
And he loves it
Good
that
luck.
way. My favorite thing about Geralt is that when he's talking, so when we see him later on in Skellige, and he's describing what it is between him and Yen, he's like explaining, he does not like things being calm. He likes a certain level of their lives being interesting. And I just love that. I think one of my favorite things is that you can see how much he like respectfully fears his partner, but in that way that the best way I can explain it is that the way the long-term couples do, where you're like, I don't want my wife going to bed angry at me. I don't want to go to bed angry at my wife. I don't want this tension. And it's just, oh, I love it. I love their dynamic. They just have such a nice sort of, because they have a great balance, because Geralt is very emotionally avoidant, right? So it's like, for example, I always found this deeply unhealthy. Like, Vesemir keeps on making all these cutting comments at her, and he's kind of just like, he's sitting here and he's taking it. And it's like, obviously this is his mentor and he cares about him, right? But it's obviously deeply also disrespectful to the person that Geralt has picked to spend his life with. And one thing that I think is really interesting is, like, we don't talk about how emotionally just unresponsive and flat that Geralt is as a person. But so much of what he does is he actually avoids having the conversation, and Yen is like, no, we're having the conversation. And I love that balance for them, because she just doesn't let him get away with shit, and it's just A1.
In the dream, I went and found Ciri.
It's just A1.
Trained.
It's
Those
My
were the
fave.
days. Little she-devil. I've trained kids who were faster, stronger, but none had her character. Didn't end well, did it? Your dream.
well, and that's the thing too. Like, so in the book, Ciri is not
Well,
like this
that's
prodigy
weird.
physically.
Attacked
She
Ciri.
really struggles
Couldn't
with the
move, stood
conditioning
there like a
aspect
stone.
of training to be a Witcher. And this is another thing that I love that they bring
It
out
was
in the
just
story,
a
right? Is
dream.
like, Ciri had to learn all of this manually. She didn't have advantages.
That's the problem. It was more. In the past, when Ciri'd appear in my dreams,
Exactly,
something was
Phoenix.
wrong.
And that's the thing,
She's
is
in
like, she
danger.
doesn't do passive aggression.
He taught her how to
What she
defend herself
does
from
is
enemies, wraiths,
direct
and
communication, and she holds him accountable, right? And this is why a lot of people don't like Yennefer, because they're like, she's a bitch or she's abusive. And I'm like, brother, assertiveness and healthy confrontation is going to feel abusive if you are a deeply avoidant person. For me personally, I look at it this way, right? Passive-aggressive snide remarks that are like, you should understand the subtext, that is unhealthier than someone who says, I'm upset with you at this moment. Why are you upset with me? Here's why I'm upset with you. I'm delivering it in a forceful tone. They talk, and if you notice, by the way, Ingo, if you remember, when Geralt apologizes, she's immediately like, thank you, accepted, and then that's it. And then that's it. That's the end of it, because it's conflict resolution. Conflict resolution does not have to be this very, like, I dance around your feelings at all times and we use all of this therapy speech, but we never actually accomplish it. It's exhausting. It's like, dude, stop. The whole indirect passive aggressiveness just builds resentment. Exactly, Ingo. Exactly. And welcome back, Goodwin.
Be dawning soon.
So it's just, you know,
Time to go.
and this has always been my argument, by the way, about like whenever people are like, oh, Triss
Wait.
versus Yennefer, I'm like, guys, we've all been a
Some of the
Triss
letter from
before.
Yennefer.
I think for me, the saddest
Overlooked
thing,
some hint in there.
and I think a lot of
Didn't
people,
overlook
and
anything.
I was really
We were
thinking
meant to
about
meet
this
in
the other
Willoughby.
day.
That's what
I'm
she
like,
wrote.
I think a lot of
Meanwhile,
people love
along there
Triss
in that
because
burned
they
village to the
idealized
ground.
a woman who
All
would
we
pick
could
the
do is follow
emotionally
her trail,
unavailable
so
guy who
stop
really
talking
wasn't into her,
and give me
and
the
they
letter.
want to like, as they play the emotionally unavailable guy, right, who this
Does
woman would
smell
pick,
of lilac
they
and
wish it was
gooseberry.
them that
gotta
chick
read it, not
picked because she
sniff it.
was probably a nice person.
We must
It's like
meet
so much projection that goes into the Triss camp that I'm like,
Willoughby near Vizima.
guys, I'm like, it's okay.
Nothing else to guide us there.
Might tease a bit, but it's so damn clear. Exactly,
What's this
Ingo.
postscript?
I just see it a
Still
lot
have
as
the
like,
unicorn?
my god, I love it.
Stuffed unicorn.
And I love how
Once or
non-committal that
twice.
this bit is, by the way.
Certain situations.
I love that she's just like, I have the unicorn. Like, we can.
The things young folk get up to these days.
Back on topic. How's it look? How far behind Yennefer are we?
2 or 3 days. Trail's fresh, but it looks like it leads towards the main road.
So a woman who would
Could
change
be
her ways
muddled
for the
there.
man like she's complicit to... Well, this is my thing, Ingo, right? Like, and I understand this because... And keep in mind, guys, so as we're replaying this
hear
game,
that?
I have just spent a month writing letters to a man who deeply does not value or care for me, and was very heartbroken to discover that, even though it really shouldn't have been a surprise to me, because of the way that he treated me. I have literally just come out of being a Triss myself and being very sad about the fact that I wasn't being picked. The difference is that it's not my best friend's established partner. I have not used magic to previously seduce him into being with me when he openly said he was not into it. It's kind of one of these things where you're like, when you actually stack up the actions canonically, you're like, this isn't presenting a very good picture. You're like, this is sad. So for me, part of what I feel for Triss is I'm like, girl, please heal and go and be with Eskel, who has been showing you nothing but the most devoted interest in both the books and the games.
Go before any more show up.
I'm just like, for me, I'm just like, girl, I want you to get to the point where you realize that Geralt not being into you is not some failing of yours, and it doesn't make Yen some vindictive lucky bitch. It's like, girl, you don't have to lust after the guy that your best friend got. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay, honey. Like, it's okay. You can accept the no without all of this hysteria and without all of this, like, heartache. It's like, girl, if he wanted to mess with you, he would have been messing with you. There's a reason why the second he remembers Yennefer, he's like, I gotta go find
Black
her.
Crystal. Why do I think this is Yen's?
Hee hee. Because she's a goth. Oh my god, the CMB. Because she's a goth girl. Oh my god, the CMB. Me love
Did I
you.
ever tell you about this sorcerer I knew? Couldn't stop talking about how useful they are as creatures.
Are there male
Because you can brew
sorcerers?
potions from their blood.
Okay, so wonderful news, Phoenix. Yes, there are. and they study at a school called Banard. So essentially the sorceresses, right, all go to this place called Aretuza. However, the sorcerers all study at Banard. Now, this is an important piece actually of the lore, so we're going to discuss it because this is one of the things that people always bring up, right, is the character of Istredd. Now, in the Witcher show, which should die in a blazing inferno, and I hope that the creator, Lauren Hissrich, chokes in her sleep. I despise her, and her comments about the fandom, just despise her. Essentially, the sorcerers in Banard, right, are these individuals who, and there's not a lot discussed about this in the books. We have no idea really if the sorcerers were plucked in the same exact way as the sorceresses, but the sorceresses were pretty, usually sometimes the means that they were actually acquisition from the countryside was not necessarily kosher. It wasn't comfy. It's very much against their will. Right, Rubes? Welcome in, dude. Thank you for the first time chat. And yo, I despise the show. I hope that Lauren Hissrich is like just French Revolution. We need a French Revolution in media when it comes to these things. Oh my god, imagine Geralt and Yennefer's grandparents. Oh my god, I know, Ingo, my hopes for the coming game are so strong. My hopes for the coming game, I'm like, imagine if Hjalmar and Ciri reconnected. It'd be so cool. It just mirrors it always screenwriters butcher fans' love for their books. Here's the thing, Lord. So I would actually say that my love for The Witcher has only increased because of how shitty that the show was. You know what I mean? I feel like because the show was so shitty. Oh my god, thank you for the follow, dude. I only fell more in love with the canon lore because of the disaster. You go all the way the witch hunters deal with things. Go the way the witch hunters. Yeah, and Raph, I could see her. Because here's the thing in the books, right? So Ciri in the books, and they really don't do a good job of showcasing this in the games. Now, granted, let's bear something in mind, okay? By the end of the books, she is canonically in her teens, okay? In the games, she's progressed a few years past that point. So we're not going to pretend that in those couple years she wouldn't have grown and developed. But the direction that she was going down in the actual books was like not good. It was really unfortunate, actually. So exactly, and right, Lord, and this is the thing, it makes you love the source material more when you watch someone else butcher it, because you're like, actually this was written well. I've heard a lot of people critique The Witcher in general on this basis that's like, oh,
they prevent epidemics.
Like Hitsrick was saying all these nasty things about the fans, and she's so full of shit. She was like, oh, they're a bunch of bigots, they're a bunch of whatever, and it's like, brother, the reason why people are upset when you change things about our base lore that we really love is because part of the descriptions of the characters, part of the way that the sorceresses, for example, appear is important for the canon lore of the world. The sorceresses are supposed to be these inhumanly beautiful women who are basically these people who, so when Yen and Geralt are first like actually around the sorceresses, part of what is discussed is the fact that like they're beautiful and the way that they know it is not comfortable, right? It's like, imagine you bring your partner for the first time around your friends and your friend just like immediately flashes your partner just because they can, and just to see if like, you know, it's very bitchy. And so our whole introduction to the sorceresses is supposed to be that like there's a reason why Yen doesn't affiliate with them, and it's literally because her standards and principles for her friends are like, yeah, I don't really want to affiliate with people who are gonna like flash their tits in front of my partner and do this weird performative bullshit. Remember how excited I was when I had just started to work on the characters just at the beginning, but when it came out, yo, right, and go, oh my god. I feel like for me the biggest thing was that season 2. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, whoa. You took a character who would literally die for her family, has like, and this is not a thing that we make any bones about, okay? In the books, it's literally like Yen is like, I will accept death. I will accept death willingly, gladly, rather than betray my husband and daughter. What the fuck was that season 2? It was literally insane, Rubes. I was like, what are we watching? I remember I was like screaming. And then in season 3, Geralt being like, you, a mother? I was like, oh, fuck you. You've been hearing for 50 fucking years, bro. You've been hearing for all this fucking time that she wants to be a mother. I was like, I'm screaming. I was up on my feet. I was fully fucking yelling. I was like, I'm pissed. Ingo, they had Henry Cavill say, God bless him, you, a mother? And I just fucking, I teleported. I completely lost my fucking shit. I completely lost my shit. I was like, as if the rest of this has not already been a monstrosity. Then you add that in there and it's just like, ugh. No, Lord, it wasn't. It really wasn't. And Geralt would never, the canonical Geralt, listen, all right, we're gonna get something out of our way right now as a chat. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I'm gonna be so real with y'all because now we can pause cutscenes. Isn't that wonderful? Geralt is not the good guy of the Witcher books. I'm gonna give y'all a little thing. The Fall of Aretusa was so bad. Yo, I know, right? This was, oh, Bruce. Do we even need to get into Radovid? What the fuck was Radovid? What the fuck was Radovid? I was like, I'm out of my mind. Oh my god, Ingo, please, for the love of God, Google The Witcher Show Season 3 Radovid. I fucking lost it. It's like, I thought the ballsack armor was bad. We were in another. All right, so Ciri. So Raph, Ciri is the main character, right? And Geralt is not the hero of the Witcher books. Yennefer, Ciri, Milva, and Regis are the fucking canonical heroes of the Witcher books. Geralt is a whining piece of shit throughout all of the fucking books that has to be dragged through having to learn that he's being an immature piece of crap. And he literally has to be lectured, not once, not twice. I actually counted this in my last read through 37 times about the fact that he's being an emotionally avoidant piece of crap. And the only people who hold him responsible are the same people that he spends all of the books demonizing because he won't address his shit until he finally does. What's up, Raph? Thank you so much for the sub, dude. Books. He has a son as a normal heir. Which is this? Amir? Raph, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Appreciate. So, like, Geralt literally has to get lectured. I literally counted 37 times about the fact that he is an immature piece of garbage, and literally his friends keep saying to him, they're like, dude, you're being a dick. Imagine that you start sleeping intentionally, by the way, with the colleague and acquaintance of the women that you keep demonizing, only to find out that she is out sacrificing her life for you and your child, and your friends have to be the one to be like, hey, genius. Maybe that's kind of a dick move. Imagine, I was like, I just, in the books, you spend most of the books literally looking at Geralt and being like, brother, this is why people need therapy. Because someone out there is sitting there and being like, don't worry, Geralt, you deserved better. What the fuck? He is actually terrible. If this were IRL, none of us would tell our friends, like, yeah, keep being with this guy. The thing is, the reason why we make excuses for him, right, is because in the games, thank you for the follow, dude, is because in the games, he's allowed to get away with being an emotionally avoidant piece of crap because nobody holds him accountable because CDPR needed to center him as the hero because they didn't have the rights to the source material. Ciri is the main character of the books and the games. Ciri is what matters here. Yen is a main character in the books, and basically the whole argument about why she's so angry at him, it's like,
come out.
You ghosted her. Imagine, all right, no, you know what? We're gonna go there. Imagine that a guy ghosts you, okay? Up and fucking dips. Leaves flowers and a note. You have moved this man in with you. You have bankrolled him. You are the sole reason that he has food on his table. You have bankrolled him. Imagine he just dips without a fucking word. In the middle of the night, you wake up to like flowers, whatever. So she's like, I deserve better. I'm not dealing with this. She's like, fuck it. I'm going to go find work. She goes off to go find work. She has her own projects. Yen is like very independent. She's like, fuck it. I'm going to go off and I'm going to do my own work. Right. I'm a heel. I'm going to do me. Imagine that you're minding your business at your fucking job and the guy who ghosts you hears that you might be in the area and fucking shows up on the mountainside stalking you. He ghosted you. She's like, and then people are like, she's such a bitch in the books. I'm like, you would be a bitch too if the guy who just fucking abandoned you shows up, is making puppy eyes at you, and she's like explaining to him in this campsite that she's like, we have nothing to do with each other. What the fuck are you doing here? She's like, what the fuck are you doing here? You ghosted me and now you're stalking me? And she's literally healthily pissed because she's out here trying to work and he's literally impeding her. And then in addition to all this, by the way, so she was entered into this arrangement with him magically that he set up for them, but he never asked her consent. So she's like out here trying to live her life and work, and he keeps fucking abandoning her, talking shit. Like, he's out here sleeping actively with her friends. And she's the kind of woman who, when she sees his swords go up for auction, even when they're broken up, she's like, I'm gonna buy his swords and not only send them back to him, I'm going to make sure not just that his swords get back to him, but I'm going to make sure that the delivery girl is just his taste to fuck, so that he understands that I get it. Like, we're not together. Enjoy. Same energy as that one story I told you about. Exactly, Phoenix. It's really fucked up and it's really sad, but he just keeps treating Yennefer like shit. And then everybody shits on Yennefer because she's so angry at him. And it's like, brother, you would be fucking livid if this was your daughter. And the asshole who abandoned her shows up at her fucking job. And by the way, let me just make something perfectly clear. Geralt reroutes his entire fucking journey to go put himself in proximity to her. Bitch, what the fuck do you want? Why the hell are you on that mountainside to begin with? Leave her alone. She is literally out here working, and you are literally intentionally, and like, it's even commented on. They're literally like, hey, Geralt, it's a bit fucking weird that you're chasing after her like this. Yeah, Phoenix, I do remember this one. It's just like, it's so sad. And then everyone gets mad at Yen because she's healthily angry.
I was sure I'd end up like my mare.
Provided you got lucky.
Exactly, Ingo. And what CDPR did is they're like, oh, Geralt's the hero. He's not the hero. This is an emotionally avoidant person who, by the way, constantly says in the books, well, I don't have emotions. And Yennefer's the only one who says to him, you need to stop using that as an excuse. We both know it's bullshit. It's not just pathetic of him, Phoenix. You know what the depressing part about it is? When push comes to shove, Geralt has like the worst time trying to tell her that she actually means anything to him. And the entire time she's basically sitting there and she's like, I know I deserve better than the way that you're treating me. And then she gets the full blame as being the bitch. And this is the part that has always pissed me off about this. Are romanticizing bad behavior. Exactly, Lord. Sent to ban my own for being a bitch, right? Ingo, exactly. And this is what pissed me off. Okay, the second game pissed me off when they immediately called the relationship toxic, because I'm like, yeah, you're right, it is toxic, because Geralt's a fuckboy. It is toxic, because Geralt's an emotionally avoidant fuckboy who doesn't take accountability for his actions. Yennefer and Triss and all of these other ladies deserve better than Geralt of Rivia. What is the correct canonical romance choice for him? No one. He doesn't deserve any of these fine ladies.
You don't owe us anything.
And it pisses me, and it genuinely pisses me off that there are people who, like, look at the pick-me behavior of someone like Triss, who literally used sexual assault, right, to get what she wanted, which is insane to begin with. Canonically, both in the books, she sexually has assaulted him. It's discussed in the past tense as being the reason why she and Yen are not as close as they once were. Okay, but then does it again in the games, and everybody is just like, oh, but like, you know, she's just trying to get him away from an abusive situation. My brother in Christ, he chose this. He keeps choosing this. Stop justifying it. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. She has problems. He has problems. This does not make it okay.
Yes, a woman. Medium height, long black
Some credit.
hair.
They chose to make the games alter everything that's happened in the books.
But
Bingo, but the
there's an
problem
inn here
is,
in
right?
White Orchard.
And this is
Sold on
always the
around,
problem.
Gets its share of travelers. Perhaps you'll learn something there.
What they did with the base
Besides,
characters.
The innkeep's my cousin. Tell her Bram sent you. She'll treat you like family.
Not a
It's
bad
like-
idea.
They then
Especially
call
since
back
that woman
references
is
to the
cleaning.
books that then don't make sense when you're like, huh, it's funny how you changed canon lore.
Could use a good rye. Nice and cool.
Lived up to that in my playthrough. Exactly, Raph. And this is my thing, right? Shani deserves better. Triss deserves better. Fucking Yen deserves better. All of these people deserve better than Geralt's emotionally avoidant ass. And what I personally enjoy playing as Geralt, is a Geralt who, when possible, takes the dialogue options that show accountability, because the idea is, right, is like, as he would watch Ciri age, and he's thinking about, and you have to realize, like, any human being's thinking about this, right? You're searching for your daughter, and she's in, like, her early 20s. You're thinking to yourself, like, I wonder what life that she has lived since the last time that I have seen her. And no father would, in good conscience, want his daughter to be treated the way that Geralt has treated these women. And the thing that I really like, the thing that I really love, is being able to play a Geralt who, you know, potentially does kind of, with time, be like, maybe I'm shitty. Kira end up better with Lambert, though. Honestly, Raph, for me, here's my thing, right? So both Kira and Lambert are miserable people. Like, the minute that you meet Kira Metz, you're like, oh, girl. Oh, you are the most miserable. I never let her use Geralt, because I'm like, first of all,
Exactly.
I'm gonna just say this, okay? Geralt, by this point in the game, has already fucked up and knows that Yen is pretty much done with his shit. Sleeping with Kira, who he already knows to be a snake from the books, is not something that Geralt would do. That is like, canonical Geralt would look at that and be like, this is a disaster, because this could be used as leverage against me with these politically scheming people, because he's never gonna look at Kira and think like, oh, she's doing anything but scheming. Even in the books, he's like, wow, this bitch is really she's trying to mess with my head. So you know what he does? He thinks about Yennefer and how much he's in love with her, and it pisses Kira off. And I love it every single time. Every single fucking time. I love it. But he just like immediately is just like, I love Yennefer so much. Blah, 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 blah. And literally Kira is just standing there and she's like pissed off because her tits didn't work. I fucking love it. His loyalty was like, he was like, I'm not being manipulated by this woman. And I'm like here for it. Is the noblest he could be, and take accountability for previous decisions, especially against Yen, because it's Yen, but also Ingo, because he didn't have his memory, and that's actually canonically true, even though, and I will say this, I do understand why she's pissed off that he's using that as the excuse, because all I'm going to say is this: if I'm dating someone, and they sleep with not just somebody who was a close friend, but someone we both knew was off limits, because of their prior terrible behavior, the fact that they sold out our daughter, okay, to an organization that was literally using her as part of a eugenics experiment willingly, like Triss willingly sells out Ciri, it's really discussed. And then, to add pain to all of this, was the person that said partner contacted instead of me because they were being emotionally avoidant, and the chick who's desperately trying to suck their cock is less intimidating than me, who will actually hold them accountable. If I found out that my partner did that, slept with them, carried it on, and then said, I lost my memory. In this case, it's true, which makes it sad. I'd be fucking pissed. And she has every right to be as pissed as she is. She doesn't hit him. She doesn't strike him. She's not out here verbally abusing him or saying half the shit that she could be to him. She's out here being healthfully enraged. And you know what? She's right to be.
Men too. We need to
It's a
watch
bit
ourselves in White
ridiculous.
Orchard, and we should leave as soon
And
as
I
we
think
learn.
most people, if they were to put themselves in that shoes where it's like, your partner sleeps with your best friend and then says, but I lost my memory, it's like, and you know, actually, Ingo, you know what I love about this that never gets, by the way, discussed? What's beautiful? Yennefer believes in her friendship, with her friend being the upstanding party, even after all of that shit. She believes in Triss and their strength of their friendship more than she trusts the lying ways of a man who has lied to her and slept with her friends before. And you know what I love about that, Ingo? It shows some fucking solidarity in their friendship, where she's like, actually, I don't think that my friend is some scheming, manipulative bitch. I think that you're the problem, sir. And I wish to God that more people thought of their friends that way. It shows a whole lot about the esteem that she holds Triss in, that she would even go there to begin with. And it's so funny to me because everybody is just like, oh, they're not actually friends, they're frenemies. And I'm like, brother, you gotta be real friends with somebody. where after the shit that Triss has canonically done, that Yennefer, by the way, knows about because it happened in front of her face, for her to forgive her and continue to associate with her. You gotta be some real fucking friends, let me tell you. Like, that's some... that level of forgiveness... It's not Ingo, and that's the part that pisses me off at the Yen versus Triss debate, is I'm like, they're actually close friends.
All this trouble.
That's why it's fucked up.
The coat of arms, the Temerian lilies, they've a right to hang there.
Anyway, as you can all see, I have very lukewarm feelings, obviously, on the topic, but it's like, it's one of these things that pisses me off more, because what happens is that people go into these super sexist rants about Yennefer because they're angry that she holds Geralt accountable. And I'm never going to back down off this point. It is only people who do not like being held accountable that think that Yennefer is a bitch. Tell me I'm wrong. Because I'm telling you what, when you understand healthy conflict resolution, none of that is being a bitch. It's like, honey. And I have to tell you, Ingo, the most satisfying thing, by the way, of my life was seeing Meg get there on her own. I was like, man, I didn't even have to rant. I was like, I'm gonna just put out a folding chair. And Miss Meg came through and was like, absolutely the fuck not. And I was like, yes. It was hot.
Local jumpy round here. Armies just passed through. Now a griffin's prowling about.
Already had the pleasure. Ran into your kinsman, Bram.
Bram? How is he?
I just, you know, it's one of these things. And it's so crazy, Ingo, because the way that the sexism comes out of the woodwork is like the weirdest thing about the sorceresses.
There a contract on that griffin?
Used to be. Soon as a beast had built a nest nearby, the alderman had
All right. I was like, oh boy, here it comes.
Now the alderman don't use the privy without asking the Black One's permission first. And seems they hanged the lord. So no contract.
Shame. We might have done something, but not for free.
But no, the whole Geralt showing up at Yen's workplace and then trailing after her, I'm like, brother, stop.
Nation's on the move. Some search for
Like,
kin.
bro, you ghosted her. And then you're like, why is she so mad at me? And it's like,
Drink and a night's rest in warmth.
So, war's been good for your trade?
Aye, so far.
it just, it fucking hurts. And I'm not like, and this is the thing.
What tomorrow will bring.
I understand being brokenhearted and wanting to work things out with her. I get it. But he doesn't even fucking apologize for ditching her. And she's like even in this game, she's still, by the way, bankrolling him because she knows that he might not have enough food to survive on his own. So she literally takes out an account with the Vivaldis and keeps it stocked with gold that you can go and collect on. What's up, Swarm? She literally has an account, a bank account filled with gold where, like, if he's not able to afford food or lodging or something, he can just go draw from it and she will just keep bankrolling him. And then people are like, she's disloyal and she's a bitch. And I'm like, bitch, where?
Got behind the counter.
What's up, Sil? It's good to see you, dude. We are doing Session 1 Witcher, and then Session 2 shall be more Elden, and I'm very excited. Obviously, also, we're going to play all of the Gwent, so we're going to be even rantier, and I'm so excited for it. Do I even need this? Or did I keep all my upgrades? Hang on. Let's find out. Do we actually have all of our... We do. Oh, boy. Never played The Witcher. Oh, Sil, you're going to love this. He's her sugar baby, all right. Exactly, but this is the thing. She's, like, completely...
Raven-haired,
at peace about it. Like, she just doesn't care.
White,
I'm doing well, Project. How are you doing? It's so good to see you.
Strange as it sounds, lilac and gooseberries might have smelled that.
Ding-a-ling.
Not seen nor smelt such a lady. Believe I'd remember.
Oh.
Yeah, especially hard
It's
to
so good to
forget
see
this.
you guys. How's your day going?
Plenty of travellers about, though.
I do have to
Folks from all
say...
over. Might be worth.
All right, so wait. So as much as we talk about how Geralt does not defend Yen, I do have to say that if you actually watch the eye movements that they put into this game and the way that he looks at Vesemir when he makes these comments, I'm like, Vesemir, you are lucky that you are this man's mentor because you need to stop talking about his wife like this. I'm like, bro. And also let this, by the way, be a comment out there to all people. Don't be making snide remarks about somebody's partner like this in conversation. It's fucking weird. Like, just say what you need to say and let it be your piece. To bed at 3 a.m. Oh my god, Project Bless. Well, then we have perfect cozy Witcher vibes and me ranting at the top of my lungs about Geralt being a
Thanks.
fuckboy.
For everything.
So, like, you know, just perfectly normal Witcher things. God, I love the all-black Manticore armor. I went off with this. Tell him how it is and move on. Exactly, Sil, but, like, say what you gotta say, but don't make snide remarks
bandage that
at,
up,
like,
please.
someone's partner in
I'm not
conversation.
decrepit
That's
yet.
fucking weird.
Then I'll ask about Yennefer.
Oh my god, I'm so glad.
Just remember, we'd rather not draw any attention.
Vesemir, you're drawing attention just by sitting there, my brothers in Christ. Have y'all seen how you're decked out compared to the common people? These people do not have two, I was about to say two groschen to rub together.
Once more, there are 4
Alright, obviously you all know what time it is.
factions.
No, no, no.
Suits.
Wrong button. Used to Elden Ring.
Waste of time. The Earth should
I almost
revolve
punched that
around the
man.
sun before you comprehend these rules.
Alright, so obviously this is the most important thing
Why
in the
not?
game.
Aldert Geert,
Now,
assistant
I'm going to
professor in
teach you all how to
contemporary
play
history
Gwent.
at
We're on
Oxford
hard
Academy.
mode. This might not go
Geralt of
well,
Rivia,
but we're gonna try.
Witcher with tenure. I'm
Now,
looking
for those
a
of you
woman,
that don't know, I
long
was
hair, dressed in black and white. Seen anyone like that?
looking
course
for...
not.
Oh my god.
Unlike the populace,
Sorry,
I know
I'm
the
looking for a
horsewoman
woman in
of
battle.
war is pure poppycock.
I can't.
Horsewoman of War. What's that about?
Folks say
Also
an
lurking
omen.
playing. Oh,
A
how is it,
beautiful
Lord?
phantom rides the fields at night,
Gwent mod for
looks
Elden Ring, where you
like
battle
armies
every
follow
boss with
her, and
Gwent
all who cross her
and go.
path meet with
Don't
misfortune.
give me such ideas.
Can vouch for the last bit. Know
Went
where
from
they
Witcher
saw her.
3 to Elden Ring.
No
So many
facts,
potions drank trying to
interestingly,
attack.
not fairy
Right,
tales.
Raph? The pain. And the only 2 or 3 men I'd let have their way, right? Right, Project? That's vibes. I'm demisexual. I'm not even like that, but Henry Cavill, man. He's somebody that would instantly get to have a drink. He'd instantly get a
Place
drink
I'd
with
ever
me.
expect to find a scholar. Take it
So
you're fleeing
glad,
war.
Lord. I've heard good
Quite the
things.
opposite. Chasing it. I'm headed for the front.
Tired of
You
life.
send a ship
I seek
out. They have
knowledge,
ships
which
now.
I value more than life itself.
Still, that would be
First,
so
no
sexy.
dusty
Better.
old can quench.
One
I
that summons
wish to see the
Yennefer.
Nilfgaardian
And she does
invasion.
lightning fucking magic. Oh my god, stop.
And
That would be
recorded
so
all in my
hot.
chronicle, my magnum
Goth
opus.
mommy being summoned to the battlefield. And one where you could have like Philippa or Triss or somebody else and it would be their different elemental magic. Oh my god, stop. I'm like, I have chills. Can you guys imagine an Elden Ring mod where you could summon the different Witcher characters and they would do their elemental magic? Oh, Raph, what are we doing? Could we like learn how to develop this mod? Because this is actually such a good idea. I'm getting goosebumps too and go like, oh my god. I would have to be Jude Law. Oh yeah, good choice, good choice. Who else would be mine? Oh, oh my god, actually, Jonathan Rhys-Meyers. He's been able to get it since he was King Henry in the Tudors. I was like, brother. Summon Triss for Fireball, exactly, Raph. That's what I'm saying. It's like, can you imagine if you could alternate between the different sorceresses? And Kira, just so she can go, Pravana Glan, and make us all want to kill ourselves. Also, by the way, when we get to the point where Kira Metz is doing Pravana Glan, I'm not even kidding you, I might turn off her dialogue. Because I hate it that much. I'm willing to find a mod that just takes away Pravana Glan. With my luck, it's going to be a mod that makes every piece of dialogue that, but... And no problem, Project. Enjoy. Oh, I hope it's a beautiful day for it.
Take my advice. Go
Henry
back to your
Cavill in the
books while you
Tudors,
can.
baby Henry.
War's
Not...
good.
Oh my
There are
god.
faculty meetings to
His
attend,
version of Charles
routine
Brandon
game,
was so
notes to
cute.
compile. First soldier you
But
see
Jonathan
will kill you.
Rhys-Meyers, though, I was
Why
like,
would you do that? Me?
brother, it's like, I have a type unlocked.
Boots.
Come again?
He'll kill you for your boots.
Haven't started it. Still, it's never too late. It's never too late. And let me tell you something. Don't be dissuaded if it takes you about 2 to 3 times to get into it. You're gonna enter the game to a lot of drama, a lot of lore, a lot of people trying to tell you, Natalie Dormer. I'm in love with Natalie Dormer. Oh my god. Raph, when I tell you that, like, so when I was 16, I used to get my hair cut just to be like her hair in the Tudors. So this was really funny. You guys, this is going to be such a deep Effie lore reference. I'm about to share something so intimate with you guys. So when I was in Bermuda with my family, so I don't have like many good memories from my childhood. Spoiler alert, lots of PTSD going on. It's no big deal. We've all moved on from it, right? One of the only happy memories that I have are like these trips to Bermuda that my family would take. And on one of them, so I was not aware, Ref, that because Bermuda is part of, I guess, the UK's rules still. I don't know if it still is, but at the time it was. Their bookstores would actually have releases before our country would have releases. So we walked into this gorgeous, gorgeous historical bookstore, and it was just like the most elegant architecture you could ever imagine, right? Now I'm walking around and I pick up 2 books. Completely cold, random book pickups. One is called Under the Black Flag, which I still actually have on my bookshelf to this day, and the other one was the Boleyn Inheritance. I found out about Anne Boleyn on that trip, and when I tell you that I was immediately just like there are some losses in history, like, you know how people talk about like, oh, I'm still mourning like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Obviously, every historian, I think, feels that way. For me, 2 of the greatest losses in terms of just like how actually intelligent that they were in the sphere of people that they were surrounded by, Anne Boleyn and Vlad Tepes. I will argue it till the day I die. That man was borderline genius.
War reached Novigrad yet?
It's insane.
Time. Nilfgaard on one bank, Redania on the
So
other.
now, like, whenever
Rolling
I
over
talk
the
about
city
Anne
like
Boleyn, I
dogs
get like
over
so
juicy
emotional
bone.
because I'm like,
Many a rule
she's
is
one of my
choked on that
favorite
bone.
ladies in history.
We value our liberty in Novigrad, and we know how to fight.
Making Ephidia.
The
Ephipedia.
scholars are
Oh
special.
my god, wait, that would actually be such a
Their
cute
sword
name
is
for
not the
something.
only weapon. Do not forget, architects from our academy
But that
designed
would
the
be
city
cute.
walls. Walls
I
no
would
war
love that.
machine has ever crumbled.
Oh boy. So this guy's delusional.
Gotta
He like
go.
thinks that battle
So
is gonna
long.
be all like blood and glory.
You strike
Laz,
me
what's
as a
up,
man
dude?
of
It's so
the
good to
world.
see you.
Are you familiar with Gwent?
No.
Oh,
and I
am
don't
I
have time to
familiar?
learn.
But the
Geralt,
rules
shut
are
the
quite
fuck up.
simple. Come, let's
Geralt, we're obviously playing all of the Gwent in the game. I can't
not?
believe that he just
Splendid.
insulted
Here's
me
how
like
it's
this.
done.
Do you want to begin the Gwent tutorial? I don't need a fucking tutorial, baby. Just give me my cards. Alright, first of all, where are we gonna get out of here? Now, this is on hard mode, so this is gonna be really interesting. Let's just see what we can work with here. Oh god, it's abysmal. Oh god. Do we need all of them? Oh god in heaven. Which faction are you playing? Alright, so I always start with Northern Realms because Northern Realms gets OP so fast. How amazing was Gojira? Oh my god, Raph. I watched the performance. So, by the way, so that was the only thing that I watched in the opening ceremony. So when you DM'd me that, I was like, you're correct. It's the only thing that I watched. And it was just... So I always start with Northern Realms, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm such a hoe for Nilfgaard. I love the spies. Every time that I see another freaking spy option pop up, I'm just like, give it to mommy. Like, I might need this. All right. What do we need? We're not going to need as many of this. So let's get that out of there. Now, by the way, so we're going to do like a little Gwent tutorial. For those of my viewers who do not know how to play Gwent, you start up the game for the first time. You're like, I want to get into this. All right, let me explain this to you. So first of all, so when we're talking about Gwent, okay, so Gwent is one of the best card games that I have ever personally come across. I was somebody who played the Gwent standalone, did a lot of stuff in the championships. That being said, the overview that I'm going to give you guys is really simplified. All right, here's what you need to know if you never have played Gwent before. So first, you're going to see these cards on the side, right? Automatically just add all of them to your deck. We're going to remove them. Don't worry about it. So for example, put everything in here, right? First things first that you're going to go to. I always watch every opening ceremony, but this one didn't last much longer than when Gojira played, right? Raph, I feel like it got us all so motivated that we were like, oh, I gotta do something after this, you know? Like, damn, this felt good. It was so sick. And same, Ingo, same. I love the opulence of Nilfgaard though, and I do have to say, I love some of their mannerisms. Not all of them, but even in the books, I do like some of the Nilfgaardian customs, and I'm like, it feels very at home for me because as an Italian, Nilfgaard has always felt very Spanish Inquisition meets Italy to me. Like, I've always kind of seen that region of the world. Now, Gwent overview. So the first thing that you're going to do when you open up this menu, and you guys are going to look at this menu and you're going to be like, what the fuck? I'm going to tell you guys, this is the easiest thing to do first. So first you're going to go to change leader card. Now you're going to see Foltest, King of Temeria. If this is your first playthrough, I believe this is the only one that you get. It's natural and beautiful that a man should love his sister. He's canonically disturbing. We won't get into why he's canonically disturbing just yet. We'll get there. in the lore dialogue. So pick an impenetrable fog card from your deck and play it instantly. Now, the weather cards are important in Gwent. We're going to talk about this first, but I'm going to give you guys a life hack. I always go, first of all, to the clear weather card. Now, the reason why I say that you're going to want to clear weather effects is that essentially what this does, IMO, so it's more valuable for me than the effects, because having the ability to basically stack up your cards and then clear off the enemy trying to like diminish the worth of your cards is always valuable. Now, weather cards in Gwent work like this. So whether it's torrential rain, impenetrable fog, or biting frost, what happens is that they go across one whole row of your cards and reduce all of them to their most base value. Usually it's 1, sometimes it's 2 with buffs. You guys will see as we're actually playing the game, you do not want to fuck around with weather cards. So the reason why I like having full test have 1 clear weather is that I can take out 1 clear weather, which means that we'll have more chances to get some of these higher point cards. Now, the point of Gwent at the end of each round is that you want to have higher points than your opponent on the overall board. All of Gwent is devoted, right, to reducing and minimizing your actual card's number value. So, first thing that you should do, right, when you open up a game of Gwent, you always want to keep these guys because these will buff your siege cards. Now, so you see these little symbols like the sword, the trebuchet, or the catapult, sorry, and then the bow. These are all different rows, and you'll see them when we're actually in gameplay. What you want to do in every Gwent deck is maximize not only the number total, but the effects that will happen in each of these categories. So for example, this Redanian soldier on level 1, we're going to get rid of him. We're going to get rid of this guy. We're going to get rid of Yarpen, sorry Yarpen, but has many low cards as we don't need, we're not keeping. So for example, we do need to have one of those guys back in, but out of all of them, we're going to pick Yarpen because he's just a solid 2. Now this one's very important. So Prince Stennis is basically, so you see this little eyeball? He's a spy card. What this means is that when you play him, he's going to actually give 5 points to your opponent's row, right? So like, let's say that I play a Biting Frost, so all of his close range combat cards are set to 1, but then I decide to play Stennis. If I play Stennis, I will draw a card from my deck, okay? It's very OP, but it will be set to 1 in his row. So unless he decides to clear the weather effects, he's not going to actually get those 5 points. So essentially, this is kind of like, all of Gwent is basically a more graphically pleasing version of chess, if you will. I think that would be the simplest way to describe it. Allowing Grok to monitor everyone's Twitter to train it. If you don't want that, go to settings, privacy, safety. Grok? What's Grok? 2 cards, yes. Yes, 2 cards, thank you. So now, do we need both Biting Frost? I don't know, this is going to be set to hard, so we might. Now, what you guys are going to see, so when you look at your Gwent spread, right, so when you actually pull open the Gwent menu, the first thing that you guys want to do is look at the distribution of the cards that you have that will go into each role. In contrast, so what you want to think about, right, is who you're playing. So I can see at the top here that Emperor Emir, right, means that we're playing against Nilfgaard, which means that we're going to have a lot of spies. Now, first thing that you should do, always make sure that if you're playing Nilfgaard that you have at least 1, best case scenario 3 decoys on hands because they play a fuckload of spies. The other thing that I can tell you is that you always want to have Biting Frost and Torrential Rain in your lineup, because essentially where Nilfgaard really shines, and this is not the one that people usually expect, they usually shine pretty fucking hard in the siege warfare. Ingo, thank you for those gift subs. What's up, dude? Appreciate that. Oh my god, Patata got one, and so did Kiwi. That makes me so happy. Enjoy, guys. Thank you, Ingo. I appreciate that so much, dude. Now, the other thing that you want to keep in mind is the spread of cards that you have for each row. So you see here how I have 3 close range cards, but only 1 actually range combat and only 1 siege warfare. This is not ideal. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch this guy out. Now you get a couple of redraws. Okay, we got an impenetrable fog. This could go poorly, depending. Enjoy, Raph! And Ingo, thank you so much for those gift subs, dude. That was so sweet. I appreciate you. Save that. Let's do this. Now these guys who have the little hand next to them, if you have multiple of these cards, they'll actually multiply against each other. and they'll double the effect. So you see how this guy also has one? He's probably going to put down, if he has it, another 3 to multiply it, and then you're going to watch that number increase. So right now where we are, so whenever you see your opponent only has 1 up on you, you're actually in a pretty good spot. Now, there's a couple different things that you can do here. You can bait and feint in the hopes that they fold, but because we're playing Nilfgaard, we're gonna try and kind of lure this guy out a little bit. We're gonna see what's going on. All right, so he does not have the second card, which is good to know. Oh, thank you, Ingo. Watch Witcher 3. Oh, I appreciate that, Ingo. I want this to be a really good guide for people who are like, I want to play Gwent, but I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Because when I first played this game, I had no idea what the fuck was going on. And it was very intimidating. Now, I'm going to tell you guys this up front. This could be a feint. So what you can't see, because my big head is blocking it, is that next to these jewels, okay, is the number of cards that each opponent has. So Nilfgaard right now has 7 cards. I have 8 cards. The thing that you want to keep in mind in Gwent is that if you have more cards, you immediately have the advantage. That's not saying that your cards aren't shit, okay? That one card that they have left could be a gold card, which you can't do shit about. You can't have weather effects happen to it. You can't erase it off of the board. It sucks, okay? Gold cards are A1. However, when you have more cards, you might still actually be able to get your physical number of points up over theirs. So all of this is about to be a bit of a delicate feint. Now we have 2 choices. I'm gonna do something a little bit risky, because I think we can replay him if this doesn't go according to my plans. Alright. This might be stupid, but here we go. What's up, Patata? And congratulations on your gift sub. I was so happy to see it happen. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, this is gonna be a dicey moment indeed. Oh, it pains me. Now, an important thing to keep in mind, by the way, is that each faction that you play against, there are certain ambient effects that each faction has that you want to keep in mind. With Nilfgaard, even if we tied it, they would still technically win. So we don't want to give them that win. So we need to make sure that we're just over the lip, right? So now we win the round. And now because we're playing Northern Realms, we will actually draw another card. And what we were hoping for was our spy, which did not happen. But the thing to do here is to, no, it's actually not to pass. And the reason why it's not to pass, even though we have a fantastic spread going on right now, is because what we want to do is we want to actually force them. So if we were to back out right now, right, with both cards set at 6, what would happen is that Nilfgaard would win the tie and they wouldn't have to put a card down. You always want to bait out. My favorite faction is Northern Realms because of that drawing an additional card. However, I don't get like super wound up about it. Like sometimes I love to play Nilfgaard because of the spies, because the spies are just, they make me happy. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. So we're tied 4-4, but this is good. This is gonna be so dicey. I don't know. All right, let's just bring it out. Let's see if he has a clear weather. We should probably know this because we're gonna save our biting frost for last. Oh, he's trying to bait out my special effect. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna lose with grace because he's down to 3 cards. So you want to let them win around, you want to let you win around, but no matter what you want to ensure is that you overall have the stronger cards at the end of the day. Now he might have a Scorch, so this could be Skellige is greater than Nilfgaard, greater than Northern, greater than Scoia'tael, greater than Monster. I hate the monster deck. The monster deck for me is such a pain in the ass when we go up against it. Kira, please don't fail me. I knew he was going to do that. Now here's the really good news, right? So here's what we're hoping for. We're going to put this guy down. Let me explain to you the strat. Okay, so if you're in a bind like this, you're going to put down your higher level siege card right now. He's put that. Oh, we've actually won. So we don't even need to do this. But what I was going to do was I was going to clear the weather with my card's effect, right? And then do a biting frost on top of it to just make sure that we reduce his legions to nothing. We don't even need it. We won, even on hard mode. First Gwent game in, we winning. These are the vibes, right? So when we talk about Gwent, what you want to bear in mind is that, like, you will slowly learn what each card type does. Thank you, Patata.
If you ever find yourself in Oxenfurt and wish to play a true
Why, thank you.
master, ask for Stepan. A simple
GG's
idiot by
indeed.
trade, but a true maestro when it comes to Gwent.
I'll remember that. Thanks.
Now, the important thing to keep in mind with Gwent, by the way, is to not get overwhelmed. When we talk about card games like Magic the Gathering, Magic is infinitely more complex than Gwent is. You will be fine. Now, the other thing that you're going to get right here is this miraculous guide to Gwent. The tome you hold in your hands, commissioned by the most gracious Duc de Berry, shall make use of magic most arcane to display which Gwent cards are currently missing from your collection. Now, this is going to tell you where in each region you can find Gwent players. Let me repeat that. This will tell you where in each region of the map you can find Gwent players. Reminds me of Queen's Blood from Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, Sil, it's actually not as complex as people think it is. It's just one of these games where, like, you have to really spend a lot of time around it and studying the cards for you to be, like, adept. But I will tell you this. Most of you are going to love spy decks automatically. Spy decks just feel satisfying. When you can, like, pull out multiple cards, it just, you feel unlimited power. So there's only one, so important thing to keep in mind. There's only one person to play in Vizima. There's only one person to play in Kaer Morhen. Skellige has 28, Novigrad has 36, and Velen has 47. So we're going to be spending a lot of our time in Velen, and this will kind of tell you a little bit about the distribution in the game. But I love, by the way, that CDPR did this. So the number of new cards which can be won from players of no particular renown or skill is 47. So what's nice about this is that you have a nice balance where it's like, you're not just playing Grand Slam people in this game. Dear friend, this is Yennefer's letter to us, which smells, by the way, of lilac and gooseberries, which I love, by the way, because perfuming your letters is one of the sexiest things that I think that all of us should still be doing, personally. I sent my journal entries with, like, a little spritz of, like, whatever I'm wearing that day, which I just love doing. It's just adds a little spice to your life. Dear friend, forgive me for not asking about your health or how you've been these last years. Time is very short. I have important news. We must meet, and soon. Ride to Willoughby, near Vizima, and don't spare the horses. While I do eagerly await our reunion, I won't be able to wait, eagerly or otherwise, very long. Your dear friend, Yennefer. P.S. I still have the unicorn. I just love her. The vibes. Spray's text message, right? Some cards you can't win or buy, they're part of the story, and some you can loot, exactly as Patata is saying, and that is why you should save often. Listen to me clearly. If you are playing Gwent against a difficult opponent, or you're playing Gwent in succession, you know you'll be playing against multiple people, whenever you have a pause, make sure that you save. Look me in my eyeballs. Make a hard manual save between opponents if you are playing multiple rounds. Trust me, it will save you so much gamer rage because there's an autosave that will bone you. I have learned. And we do, Phoenix. Thank you for asking that, let me say. Also, Johnny, it's good to see you. How you doing? Gwent deck. Okay. So the reward that we have gotten for winning was our dear friend Zoltan Chive. We put him right into the deck. Now, the minute that you put in a higher level card like Zoltan, right, you want to go through and take somebody out. You do not, in my opinion, want more than 22 cards in your deck unless those cards have every reason to be there. Phoenix, I'm telling you right now, that's why I'm telling y'all off the bat. Make sure that you auto save like a hoe. You need to be out here hard save scumming like your life depends on it in some of the upper level Gwent matches. Don't even have shame about it. Now for me, I only like to keep 22 cards in my deck. I like to have the bare minimum so that our odds of drawing a good card are higher than otherwise. If we could go below 22, I would. So that's how you set up your Gwent deck. Now, we'll talk later about deck building and stuff. We'll get into more of the semantics of the whole situation. But keep in mind, by the way, that this you can't attack this target. This game is calling me out, Johnny, for playing so much Elden Ring.
Looking for a woman.
No cards in first playthrough gonna be hard.
Everyone. And not just any woman.
This is God. This has gone to Rodim.
Gooseberries, dresses in black and white.
2 schnapsies.
I love this interaction. Also, Gaunter has big dick energy. I won't be taking questions at this time. If you know, you know. Okay? He has big dick energy. Let's have a drink with
Fine,
Gaunter.
I'll have a drink.
I feel like Geralt would want to
Let me
drink
cut to
after
the
this much
chase.
riding.
You seen her or not?
Yennefer of Vengerberg.
He just knows automatically.
Never mentioned her name.
Yet you described her perfectly. And once I hear something, I never forget. Can't help it.
I love that Yen, by the way. Her aesthetic, and a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't they put Yen in more black and white in The Witcher 3? I'm like, listen, she's supposed to have a much more feminine appearance when she's like working. Like Gwent in this game, always Johnny. Gwent is always. And when I tell you I'm giving people a tutorial on how to play it, I'm somebody who plays the Gwent standalone game and has gotten really good at it. So it's like, this is one of my, oh, Johnny, I got you. Listen, let me explain this. When I first got into this game, it took me a couple tries to get into this game. But once I did, Gwent was like the thing I was deathly afraid of. And then I was like, you know what? I'm so scared of it. I'm going to make myself good at it. It became an obsession. It's so good once you get into it. Vipera, it's so nice to see you, dude. Oh my god, look at that gorgeous Geralt emote set. I absolutely love it. How you doing? Welcome in. How do you know Yen?
How do you know Yennefer?
We're gonna ask Gaunter
Master
what he's.
Candyline's ballads, of course. The only way a
You know
humble
our
merchant
wife.
might hope to rub up against greatness. Unless, that is, he's as lucky as I.
Gwent is the main game. You can play quests in
Runs into
between.
a
I know,
very
right?
patient Witcher.
It's a Geralt of
It's so good to
Rivia
see you,
himself,
Vipera.
the Butcher of Blaviken.
What's your energy? Sipping on your coffee. I love it. I
What
love
do
it.
you do? Who are you?
A mangy vagrant.
Nice cozy wake up
Gaunter
vibes.
O'Dim, at your service.
Mangy vagrant.
That a profession now?
Once a merchant of mirrors.
Important
The
to
madding
remember this
crowd
part.
dubbed me Master Mirror, or the Man of Glass.
Just Gwent. It's so good, Johnny. So they just ripped support for it, unfortunately, this year. Rest in peace, standalone Gwent. But they had Yen cosmetics. I was going to town with the Necromancer set. Basically, if y'all ran into me in the Gwent standalone game, you would have been like, oh no, I was a lot. Right at the beginning, right?
Recognize me from Master Dandelion's ballads too?
It's so good.
To
It's
your
so good. I will say that I do like the gameplay of Gwent in The Witcher 3 more than I enjoy the standalone gameplay. However, the standalone was fun. You really didn't run into too many toxic people. Like, I think I made something like 50, 60 friends in my time on Gwent. Like, just, you know, you play matches against people, you vibe. There really wasn't all that much toxicity, like not what you find in Magic and stuff. So I really enjoyed it because I was like, oh, this is actually relaxing. Like, we're actually all supporting each other. We'd give each other like tips about the deck and like how we could have strategized around differently. It was like a very cool vibe. So I'm really hoping at some point that they like realize that so many people loved Gwent. Because I'm like, wait, we were having fun.
You seen Yennefer?
Deepest apologies, but I must ask.
Of course, it's about
Is this
love.
about love?
Guessed it. It's love.
I knew it at once.
What do you know? Tell me.
Before you appeared, it never occurred to me that might have been Yennefer.
Brother,
Would have thought.
you smelled her.
Get to the
You
point.
saw her.
An Nilfgaardian scout from the local garrison saw her.
Where?
At their camp. She rode.
Okay, wait. We need to talk about something canonically. And this is one of my things with The Witcher 3 that, like, you know, when we talk about CDPR versus the books, canonical Geralt in the books would have been like, and why exactly does a merchant of mirrors know that the scout from the garrison saw her? Why are you privy to this information? How'd you come across this information? Geralt is naturally a better investigator than this, and this has always been one of the parts of the games that I've always just been like, why would a merchant know what a scout in the garrison saw? Geralt, please ask better questions.
Dark of night, black and white, gooseberries and... Yes, I know. Had a terse exchange with the garrison commander and raced off.
Like, why
Where
would
to?
you be there to see this? You know what I'm saying?
Omniscient. Ask
He's
the
a
garrison.
merchant. The merchant quarters down here. Why would you be over by the garrison?
We men of the road
It's
must
something that it's one of these
That's
like
one day
story
I'll be in
continuities
trouble.
that when you
You'll be
understand
nearby
how
to help.
societies in the time period that this is meant to replicate, behaved, you're kind of like, canonical Geralt would have more questions than this, but we'll let it slide. Is it weird? Yes. Do we obsess about it? No.
Yes? What is it, Wolf?
Let's just do this to get it out of the way.
It's been half a year since we hunted down that fiend in Varun.
Yes. Though that was more than a fiend. What was that bastard's name? Drugan? May the soil lie light upon him. Things used to be simpler. Monsters were bad, humans good. Now, everything's all
confused.
Used to be exactly the same. You've just forgotten.
I am on PC Vipera.
Of my age. You're near a century
Vipera or
old
Vipera?
yourself.
Which do you prefer? Would you get this Witcher 1 armor? This is, so we're in New Game Plus. So this is our end game armor from our last run. Wait till y'all see the mods. I'm so excited. Old man Vesemir yelling at the clouds, I know, right? Keyboard or controller? We are on controller. Just Viper. Sure, no problem.
Done drinking.
Enjoy, Phoenix. I'm glad that this is cozy enough for you can sleep.
Then fuck off.
Don't want your kind here.
He gave that huakta, you know? He had to give us that huakta.
Haven't done anything to you, so just calm down.
Of course no. You done nothing.
Horson's working witchcraft. Get him!
I'm just saying. We got that huakta, you know? Alright, now. One thing I will tell you guys up front is that the hand-to-hand combat in this game sucks ass. We will all talk about how much that the hand-to-hand actually does suck as we get into the tournaments for it, because this round we're actually going to be doing them on Death March. Does she really? I love it. Brother, stop it. Alright, and we have... Oh, it's level 55, right? You have the next gen update. There's a cute little trick with Roach. Is it the Roach reversal? Hang on. Let me see. Or, oh, is it the pet? Hang on, we gotta do the pet if the pet's available. That, let me see, what's the option? Love it.
I knows what I knows. Elsa plays her.
What was the button for the pet? Was it? Because I don't want to hit the wrong thing. I think it was jump. Side, parallel ground. Hang on.
Freak.
Jump. I have one of the newest. I'm actually rocking one of the newer. Let's see if we can do this. This will make me so happy. The serotonin will be here. If not, what we might have to do is fix the controller mapping for it. Like, let's move Roach out of this area first, because I'm trying to do this in like the most hilariously awkward way. Let's see. Roach, can we pet you?
Give me a slingshot. Gonna hunt bears.
I'm surprised that they don't have like a little option that appears for it. Sag.
Don't you look at me.
Alright, we're gonna have to remap the controller. That has to happen before tomorrow. That will happen before tomorrow.
Thank you for saving me.
That's completely
People
the
say
problem.
all kinds of things about witches, but I've always known yours to be an honorable guild.
So you managed to salvage some goods.
Yes, but I await the repair of my wagon.
It's in a plan thing.
As time
Oh,
passes,
Viper, it's so
things will
awesome
grow.
though. I love that they give us more love
Do you
for
need
Roach.
something? I'll let it go.
Is The Witcher
half-free.
4 being made? So Bless, technically it's probably not going to be The Witcher 4. It's, I'm sure that that's probably the title that they'll give it because that's what everyone's calling it. But what's being made is essentially its own separate game. Because essentially the whole deal is like, we're done with Geralt's story. We might get a casual reference to him in passing, but we're not going to actually get more Geralt. So Google says, petting a roach is something of a secret, however. There's no button prompt. Instead, players will just need to hold the jump button while approaching her. I love it. Alright, let's get the Temerian set. Doot. The customizable character, Student of Geralt. I love it. I love it. I think the option for it would be awesome. I think it's a little bit sad, the idea of the student of Geralt versus the story continuity of the student of Eskel, because Eskel was the one who set out to really restore things. People think it's about Vesemir or Ciri. I would love a prequel game. I'm not gonna lie, I would love that. Let's see something. Oh, Jesus God, that wasn't what I wanted. Me sitting here like Reitzel, taking all the notes. I think it's so sad that, like, we're not getting more story continuity with Eskel. Also, by the way, I always wanted Eskel and Triss together because even in the books, Eskel is so sweet to her. He is so considerate of her, and he's just, like, very clearly the most gracious and kind person when it comes to her. I saw a mod recently that actually put the two of them together, and I was like, thank you. I would have loved this for her story. It's like everybody else gets a happy ending. I was like, have Eskel go with Triss to Kavir. It would make so much sense. Well, we know it all, because it looks like it'll be... Well, it's not the School of the Cat or the Wolf. It's the School of the Lynx. So it's actually a whole different Witcher school. And that's confirmed by the devs directly. So it's none of the schools that we actually encounter in the base game. It's a whole brand new one. He is. And actually, he's a giant sweetheart. I'm, like, sitting here trying to pet Roach with all of my heart. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, dude. I'm excited for School of the Lynx. What I'm hoping is that if they do decide, by the way, to scroll the time period for it, they don't go too far. And agreed, Patata. Love a sequel with Eskel where he either manages to rebuild Kaer Morhen. That's what I'm saying, Ingo, is I'm hoping that we see some continuity with Eskel, because at the end of the games, right, he actually has the most canonical, ending to be our setup into the next game, our bridge, whereas Geralt is relaxing in Toussaint canonically with Yen as the default romantic choice. So it's like, basically, I don't think it's realistic to sit there and be like, yeah, Geralt suddenly decided to take on a student out of freaking nowhere. I think it would be more realistic to be like, yeah, Eskel was rebuilding the foundations of the thing. Right, Harley? Like, so that was my thought too. Originally, as I was like, well, isn't Lynx... Because a lynx is just a type of big cat, so, like, wouldn't it be... But then the devs were like, no, it's lynx. It's, like, adamantly not cat. And I was like, whatever, guys. I was like, whatever, guys. Like, just figure it out and make a great game. I could give a shit what they turn it into as long as it's good, you know? Like, to some degree, you just kind of get to a point where you're like, alright, guys. What the... I see. Well, that's hilarious. Right. Never mind, we're gonna have our epic Toussaint horse, because apparently they, did not scale up the... They did not scale up the horse armor, which is sad. Now, so that you guys know, we're going to be 100%ing every single area of this game, so for those of you that want to lurk, feel free to lurk. We're going to be doing all side quests, we're going to discuss them, we're going to discuss all the lore things. Every time that we pick up things that are like a piece of paper or a recipe or something, we're going to discuss it. So don't get too, don't get too worried, we're not missing anything here. Now also, for all you new players, I'm going to tell you guys a life hack that's going to make everything instantly a lot better. What you want to do... Oop, this actually might wind up being our first death if I'm not careful. Now, the first thing that you want to do is go into settings and make sure that you automatically have blade oils being applied for you. You do not want to have to put them on yourself. This is one of the most unpleasant parts of this game that nobody tells you about. But the combat system can be a little bit clunky without that. It's just, it's very nice to not have to pause and be like, oh wait, I need to pick the right oil for this type of monster. If you want to canonically play a more lore accurate Geralt, he would have to manually oil the blades and all this stuff, but we, you know, of course in the game for convenience, this is all seamless. Now early on in the game, for those of you that are new to the series, the first thing that you want to do is clear out these abandoned sites to get early experience as you ride through them. It's super helpful, you get some really good upgrade items. Your blade oils, by the way, are some of the most powerful, at least in my opinion, they're some of the most powerful tools in your arsenal. And we'll go into character, and I'll show you guys a little bit of what I'm running for those of you wondering. Let's see. We have 3 out of 3. We have 3 out of 3. Oh yeah, this was our potion and melee build. Trying to remember the controls compared to Elden Ring. Let's see, where were we on this? Magic sensibilities. That thing is OP as hell. Ability, greater red. Oh yeah, and there are still some bugs, even with the, with sword and sign intensity. Wait. Each point of toxicity. Oh, for a potion build, that would be stupid. Now, by the way, so that you guys know, essentially there's two things that can get OP very, very quickly in The Witcher 3. The first one would be the physical attack. The second one is a potions build. A potions build is actually stupid OP, like, to the point where it's kind of insane. I do think that what we will do is sink some points this time into signs, because we did not last time. And because I think we'll have fun with it. Let's see, exploding shield, what's the other one that we have? Illusion. I do think that this could be pretty fun for us, so we are going to mess around with signs just to change up the build a little bit, because honestly too, between replays, and you guys will find this, it's very fun once you have the points to do so, where you can just fully mess about and be a little bit chaotic. Ten out of 10 recommend being as chaotic as possible. My favorite sign, Quen. Exploding Quen. That has saved my ass more times than I could ever admit to you guys. It's like embarrassing actually how good Exploding Quen has been for me. But that's basically one of those like very important. The exploding shield, the active shield, eventually the intensity. And then when you get Quen Discharge, it reflects 10% of all absorbed damage back to the attacker. It's pretty insane. When you get to the highest levels of Quen, it's like stupid broken. But that's why we're going to start out with some of the fun utility ones, because honestly, who doesn't love a good Igni build? Kiwi, enjoy! I was so glad to see you get that. Alright, so let's run off. I know the ramifications, but why can't the sun sleep in on the weekends? You know, this casual things, you know, just the tides and the rhythm of life. Also, the other unwritten rule about The Witcher 3 is that you need to loot everything. When you hear this music, you're about to be in for a sad quest. Also, what I'm doing by picking up Journeyman's weapon repair kits, just trust me when I tell you, you want as many of them as you can possibly have. And good morning, Sinnoh. Sinnoh was like, yeah, if we could like turn the sun off for a few hours, that would be great. And honestly, mood. Loot everything, but don't keep the broken axe heads. Oh my god. Remember that time that I also had 24 rope ladders? It was painful. Also, Ingo, what's your favorite sign? Because I know a lot of people are really, really big on Igni. Frozen Ard. Frozen Ard is fun. Frozen Ard is honestly... That one can be such a meme, depending on the way that you're playing. Also, let me check something. Is my armor now... So we leveled up technically. It is! Oh shit. Oh my. Oh dear. Required level 58, so we have 3 levels until that. We should have put stuff... Man, I put nothing in storage. I really said yeet. Why aren't we using Erendite? Oh, let's see. You can use it to knock horse riders off, yes. Exclusively on water hags who immediately killed him on the ground, right? Literally, the water hags are awful. Vitus Toussaint Knight's Warhammer, excuse me? I love how I just have this, like, stupid OP crap sitting in my... This is hilarious. Sorry, Shovel. We'll be back to the shovel, eventually. What runes do we even have? Oh, also, things that we will canonically discuss not doing is the Rune Rake quest. If you know, you know, if you're a veteran, and if you're new to the series, or whether you're a veteran or new to the series, there's certain things that one simply does not do. Just make sure I didn't just bode myself. Okay. There's certain things that one simply does not do on principle. I do not know if this is a good idea right now for me to do this, but we're gonna see if it works. God, you can tell I've been in Elden Ring. I'm trying to sprint with the, jump key. Give it a look around. God, this is either gonna go exactly according to plan on this playthrough, or this is going to be the funniest fail. Especially too, because like we don't talk about this enough, but Death March on this game is actually super freaking punishing. That's why too, when you guys are originally like, so for those of you who are going to play the game right for the first time, I would honestly stick with Blood and Broken Bones unless you want to be severely infuriated. But there's absolutely no judgment, by the way, what difficulty that you play the game on. That's something that like I've seen circulating social media a lot recently that was like, oh, you know, it matters if you play your games on easy mode. I'm like, it really doesn't. It doesn't matter at all, actually. I'm like, with a game that's this story heavy, you will be fine. Dino, thank you for the 25 stream streak. It's also going to be so fun playing Elden Ring after this, I'm just saying, because I feel like it's going to be
Journal might be useful.
Hilarious. Alright, so here's the Yellow Diary. To the 27th of March, 1250. It's happened. Volker sent a petition of our grievances against the Lord to the court at Vizima. Listed all the harm he's done us. How he killed Johann for not taking his cap off quick enough. How he trampled our fields when drunk with nary a thought of repayment. How he barged in during Peter's wedding and demanded his right of the first night. Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, the right of the first night means that he gets to sleep with the bride before the groom does. Now, we finally got what we begged Melitelli for in our prayers for so long. The judge recognized our grievances and waived all of our bonds and duties to the Lord. We can finally strike out on our own. At last, we can live as free men. No problem, Syl. So nice to see you, dude. Enjoy. Here we go, the 12th of April, same year. The first day of our freedom. Hovel's not much of a village yet, but to my mind, it's better than the most fantastic palace. Volker turned our home with hazelwood smoke to drive out evil, buried a marten under the gate to make sure no thieves crossed our threshold, and then he gave me a bracelet, loveliest I've ever seen. Mother said it's foolish to spend so much on a bauble when we haven't got plows or hoes, and that we ought to return it to the merchant. Over my dead body, I'll never take it off. It'll always be there to remind me of Volker, of how happy we were that day. 23rd of March, 1250. Prima nocta is the phrase. Yeah, right, Sino? That sounds about right. They say the Lord is coming to see us, that he wants to make a deal, to beg us to return to the village. They say he's calm since his son died, that he's not as quick to anger about small slights. Well, we'll see. One way or another, I've no intention to move 1 inch from here. So, essentially, they started a settlement on their own, and the Lord was absolutely abhorrent in the way that he behaved. Now, this is the Lord, by the way, that the innkeeper was talking about having just been hanged by the Nilfgaardians. So Nilfgaard has not exactly been the worst thing to happen to these people, if we're being honest. Geralt, why? Not that Geralt. Whee! Alright, let's go down here. I love how he's not doing quest dialogue. It's like, Geralt, excuse me? Like, my brother in Christ, have you forgotten your one job? Normally, he narrates everything. I'm like, I can't decide.
The body, lucky not to come up every jam here. A bracelet with an inscription. To Claire, from Volker. Bracelet must have belonged to the woman in the well.
You're looking at the camera and saying, Effie, you know this quest, right? Oh my god. I would pay so much to have a cameo that was just him trolling me and then use it as sound effects for stream. I feel like that would be the funniest thing. Especially for you guys to be able to like activate Doug Cockle just being like, fuck off. Are you loots? I love how, by the way, so the unspoken rule of The Witcher 3 is that you loot everything, even if you don't need it. And if you guys do not know this rule, you're about to know this rule. The other unspoken rule is genuinely figure out how the hell to climb out of the water without pressing the Elden Ring fucking interact button 100 times. Or else you too will wind up like me and just start punching the air at random. Oh my god, Sinnoh. I'm gonna be so excited if what happens again with teleporting enemies. So for those who missed our first playthrough of The Witcher 3, which was missable because it was mainly, I think it was like mainly channel OGs who were here for it, we were fighting one of the sirens and the thing freaking teleported to Jesus in front of us. It was the funniest thing. I want to say it's still in featured clips, but it was so, oh my god, it was so good. It's like, there's nothing more satisfying. Sinnoh and I were like losing it. We were like, what is happening? And I don't even think it was just the siren. I'm pretty sure that happened with the Leshen too, if I remember correctly. Tree monster shooting off into space. Oh my god, yes, the Leshen just straight up yeeting. Also, look at this ENB though. Excuse me, the ENB is downright gorgeous. I'm losing it. Oh, what the fuck? This is how... God, I need to stop being so used to Elden Ring. I'm just gonna drink every potion. It's like Raph was saying earlier. We're just gonna drink every... Oh, and here I am trying to sprint with the Elden Ring button. We've been in FromSoft land. That's for damn sure. Alright, let's go back here. Let's look at... Will it give us the quest?
A corpse, hanged by the bucket rope. Woman the journal belonged to. Must be. Wide pelvis, small jaw. A woman. Around 30, judging by the teeth. Left arm's missing. Was she wearing the bracelet from her husband? Might be.
Oh, also,
arm fell
Sinnoh,
off.
could you do me a favor? Could you do exclamation monster 8, I believe, would be the total.
Wide pelvis, small jaw. A woman. Around 30, judging by the teeth.
Thank you kindly.
Left arm's missing. Was she wearing the bracelet from her husband? Might be why her arm fell off.
Bracelet so heavy. When your bling is so heavy that your whole arm eats. Bracelet so heavy your whole arm falls off. Yes. I don't know why I still get all the crafting materials. It's funny in New Game Plus because you'll catch yourself doing things and you're like, man, I wish I understood what my point is in doing this. Alright, let's go see the Nilfgaardians about Yennefer.
Hey-ya.
Mainly because I have no idea. It sounds like there's a bear. Now also for new players, one thing that's very nice is that if you're on controller and you hold down your sprint button, the horse will just automatically follow the road that you set out before it. Use this for good or for evil. Need to get a certain quote from Priscilla as a redeem. Yes, that's happening. That is happening. That is absolutely happening. Oh my god. That was too freaking funny, Sinnoh. Oh my god. Now that we're back in the game too, we can actually do it. And it's funny that you say that because I'm like, you know, we're finally in a good position for it.
Greetings.
A witcher? You see the notice? Hear about the well?
A well? First I've heard.
This is what I love too. So we haven't visited the signpost, by the way. Like we haven't visited the
20?
public listing.
You put out a notice just now.
So Geralt doesn't lie and say he's seen it when he hasn't. He's just like, yeah, we haven't seen it yet.
But so many corpses floating in it after the battle, it's turned noxious. My daughter
Right,
Maggie
Ingo.
drank half a pitcher. Fell dreadfully ill.
My
couldn't keep
heart.
nothing down. She grows worse by the day.
Heart.
Herbalist claims you fight a fever with drink. And not beer nor cider, but water. Clear, pure water.
I'm
And where am I to get that?
surprised,
Not from the
Sinnoh,
well.
that these people wouldn't know about
But
boiling
first, the
water,
Ghost's got to be driven away.
if I'm
And
honest.
don't let any man near.
I am genuinely surprised that that's not a thing that
This
more
ghost.
people would have thought
Describe it
of.
for me.
Well,
and write and go. I just love the
it's
White
awful
Orchard starting
frightening.
area. This is such a
Awful.
nice way to wake up with
I
you
meant,
guys.
what does it look like?
it looks like a woman, but fresh from the grave. Wears a dirty dress, all rags, its skin flaking off its bones, and it howls like it's
I was gonna be
suffering.
like,
Some wraith. Or maybe an alp.
If you don't wallop it, Master.
irrationally, I was gonna be
if
like,
you don't take
feels
care
very
of it, that
fall
is,
witchy
it'll
and
come
just
to your
overall
daughter.
cozy. That's why I'm so excited that we're 100%ing it. So like, we are going to
I feel for you,
absolutely
But this is my job.
play every
let's
little
talk about
side
my
quest.
pay.
It just,
Something not
it's
right with
perfect
Colin.
for like that beginning of August, like start of fall. Because I don't know about you guys, but for me, the fall actually starts.
That settles it then.
For me, the fall actually starts in.
Fine, I'll help. Where's this well?
Oi,
In
witch!
Havel.
How about around
Settle
Gwen?
it on the
Always, yo, Azzy.
It's abandoned now.
What's
No
up,
one
dude? It's
ventures
nice to
there
meet
on
you.
account
Thank
of
you for the
ghost
first time
being
chat and a very
off.
elite first
Please.
chat at that. You can never turn down around a Gwent. Gwent is like, honestly, we were saying this before, Gwent is the main game. Everything else is just optional content. I'm so sorry to this family that I just must loot all of their stuff. No, no, don't turn out the candle. Welcome in, Aze. It's like Gwent is the main game. The rest is just side content. Why I have to loot everything from these houses, I can't explain it to you guys. It's just a compulsion. Gwent is greater than Ciri. Can you imagine? I'm in a hurry to find Ciri. Plays 87 games of Gwent in a row. How serious were we, though? Oh, that's a good pun, though. How serious were we? Can't take it. And yeah, Ingo, for me, the fall starts in, like, the August. It's kind of that vibe when you're like, okay, I'm ready for, like, the cooler weather now. And that's why I love playing this game at this time period, because it really does give all the, like, cozy, witchy vibes. I don't know about you guys, but I am always down for some cozy, witchy vibes. It's one of these things where, I don't know, like, the summer really hits its peak for me in July. And then everything past July is just like, okay, enough now. So let's, you know, I kind of want to make a, we can't yet, but when we can, we might make an insane run for checking out all the mods early. Start Gilmore Girls as soon as August starts, right? Dude, that, and for me, Practical Magic, all of it, all of it. Bring it all on, you know? I love to watch horror movies too, like this time of year, more so even than in like the proper spooky season. For me, there's something absolutely terrifying. Like, so the other day I just rewatched Hereditary, right? And it's so funny when you spend a bit of time away from a movie, like I haven't seen it since 2019, revisiting that movie for the first time in 5 years was like, oh damn. Man, I am truly, I keep using the torrent dismount from Elden Ring. This is, oh boy. You can most definitely see what we're up to today.
Military camp. No locals allowed without the express consent of the garrison commander.
I look like a local to you?
You look.
In this Manticore armor?
Dead wrong. I make trouble go away. I'm a witcher.
Right, Johnny.
A witcher?
It's like trying to like
Captain
switch that
Peter
control
Sutton
set over. You're
levies
just
in the
like,
tower.
please God.
Turn right, past the gate.
Guessing your captain's
Getting
got
controls
work for
mixed
me.
up, right? Oh, dude. Elden Ring later is going to be hilarious.
There is no guessing. To the tower.
One thing I will say though, I am very happy that in combat, even though the dodge for this is technically, I was about to say X because I'm going off of the PlayStation controls, but even though the dodge for this is technically a different button, I'm still mostly getting it because I'm used to rolling. All right. So, Aze, we have Yennefer's lore accurate hair on, which is amazing. Not the face, because the face is the most horrific thing I've ever seen. We have a fully book accurate Triss activated, so gone are the days of the manic panic red hair and that horrible hairstyle. She actually properly has her gorgeous, gorgeous chestnut auburn mixed locks going on with her actually cornflower blue eyes this time. We finally fixed that, so she actually looks like she's supposed to look. Then we also have lore accurate eyes activated, so there's a lot of cosmetic mods going on. We also have an ENB going. What else? I want to say we did something with the weathers to make everything more volumetric, but I think we're gonna have to wait till Skellige to really actually see that get activated. Buttons for consoles are terrible, right? Oh, I know. I know. It is genuinely painful. Where's my... What am I forgetting? There's a wall that we need to... Hang on. Bad boy! Thank you for that raid, dude. What's going on, raiders? Welcome in. My name is Effie. I die a lot. Prepare to enjoy. What's going on, dude? How was your stream? How was life? Heyo, and thank you for that, Biddy, dude. Oh god, that's not true. The old Geralt's ankles would have never allowed for this. Old Geralt's ankles, that would have been immediate death. What's going on, raiders? It's a pleasure to meet you guys. My name is Effie. I die a lot, and you guys are about to watch that because I am giving... I am, bad boy, struggling with having the Elden Ring controls on my brain. Don't. I was about to hit the wrong button. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What's up, dude? I hope it went well. It's so nice to see you guys. There's nothing as delicate as Geralt's glass. Put the sword! Aw, shit. Stop it. Geralt, please behave. God, this is the Elden Ring struggle bus. Football on Xbox versus PC. I'll click X and then throw the interception. I know, right? Dude, the struggle bus is real right now. Oh my god. Bad boy, this is stressful. Alright. Which one is the bomb throwing versus the... Hang on. Hang on. We're gonna face this way just in case, because I do not trust... Okay. Ooh, I don't trust myself at all. I'm like, listen, the Elden Ring delay is such a serious thing. Ooh, god, oh god, oh god. Oh god. This is so struggle bus. This is what day 1 of the Witcher 3 playthrough is going to be. It's just me struggling to comprehend how to control Geralt. It is just... Man, can you imagine if we changed over the whole controller mapping over to Elden Ring? I feel like that would be so satisfying. But I love it, dude. How did Elden Ring treat you today? Well, I'm so excited for the second session to, like, go and do more boss smashy. I was like, I just need to wake up with something cozy today. Dude, and the Xbox to PlayStation changeover for those controls. Girl, what are we doing? Why are you grabbing the wall? This is like the most fail. Why am I being slow? Come on, brain. 5th time's the charm. It's fine. And see, this is the miracle of the next gen update, honestly, Ingo, because if they had not done this update, we would not be alive right now. This would have been like death counter at like 7. Because that initial fall, I was like, man, this is bad. Oh, look, we have lightning going on. Oh my god, wait, this is the volumetric weathers, I suppose. Oh shit, the volumetric weathers are actually activated. Wait, I love this. Isn't this sick? Wait, this is actually sick. Alright, so not just the lore accurate, but also the weathers. Holy. I'm in love, actually? Oh my god, oh please, oh thank you. It's like, dear god. Also, the fact that I keep on clicking the attack key, and thinking it's the interact is a bit of a fail. Inventory, let's see what we're getting rid of. I feel like we have now discovered that this is useless, so we have to get rid of it by default. Yeah, because this is 75, we have 90 on. Sorry, Temerian stuff. There just ain't no way. Let's go figure this out. Slowly but surely the controls will come back to us, but I love the volumetric weathers. Doing this in like a stormy... Wait, this is so moody. Enjoy the lurk, Johnny. The cozy vibes are starting.
How much grain will your village give?
Whatever you say, Your Excellency.
Look at my hands. Look. See the calluses? These are not the hands of an excellency, but of a farmer. So we speak peasant to peasant. How much can you give?
40 bushels. There'd be more, sir, but our lads...
Thanks, dude. Have a
Temerians,
wonderful
that is,
one.
Took from us earlier.
Lovely to see you as
We'll
always.
give 30, and that will do. Let us settle on it, and I wish to see the transport soon.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly.
I summoned only the Elderman and the smith, Willis. But it is said he is a dwarf. You are too tall to be him.
Plan to requisition something from him, too?
If it is necessary, yes, of course. We are at war, in case you have not noticed. Who are you? Speak.
Geralt of Rivia, Witcher.
Vatgern. This explains why I did not hear your footsteps. What do you seek here?
Yennefer of Vengerberg. Where was she headed?
That is a military secret.
Haven't thrown me out yet. Haven't called the guards. So go ahead. What's your price?
There is a griffin in the area. Slay it. And then I shall see what I can do.
Why do you care about this griffin?
Because I care about people. The beast has killed 10 already, including a few of my men. To hunt it, I would need to mobilize the entire garrison.
Wait, Sinnoh, I might have actually been to...
Simply impossible.
Too big a hassle?
No.
Nilfgaard's in this game. I like him the most, right, Sinnoh? I feel the same way.
Disperse my forces. Temeria's army we have crushed, but
I feel the same way. He's actually not a bad guy.
To answer a call to arms. So, as to this griffin, I can sit on my hands or hire a professional.
I agree completely. I think he demonstrates the healthiest amount of concern for the common people, in spite of his position.
I sent a patrol there, 5 young men.
Rightish? Not yet, at least.
2 days on.
So I was wondering if I was too harsh. Also, it's good to see you, Ish. I was wondering if I was too harsh about the pajama pants bottoms to the Nilfgaard armor. But looking at his pants,
on the main road,
looking at his greaves,
its lair. Gonna have to set a
I
trap.
don't know.
I judge from your tone this will not be easy.
It's very weird to me that you would only heavily armor your top half, considering the way that Nilfgaard fights.
I'll need bait, a specific herb, buckthorn. Scent should lure the griffin from 10 miles off.
Buckthorn?
Isn't it strange, Sinnoh? It's weird.
But I am not yet fluent.
Well, and this is the thing, Ish. I don't think that even for what happens later with the peasants, I wouldn't call him a bad guy for that. I would call that the realities of him having a job and a role that he has to perform. Legs are very armored for most armor. Yeah, right? So no, I was like, because if you get the legs cut out from under you, you're fucked. It doesn't matter how much armor that you have. Nilfgaard.
Need more
Indeed,
information about this
Nilfgaard.
griffin. Its sex, why it's abandoned its lair.
Shall I bring you witnesses?
They won't say anything I don't already know. I need to go where your men died. Look around. What's the name of the hunter who found them?
Mislav. He has a hut south of the village, very near the wood. Helpful fellow. A little strange.
The fact that he actually knows the common people is also another thing that acts in his favor. The fact that he actually is aware of their names and aware of them as individuals is actually pretty impressive. By the way, Ish, look at this volumetric weather. I am loving this. Hang on. Let me see if the storm is gonna do its cool thing. Rose, it's so good to see you. How you doing, girl? How you been, Ro?
Password.
Dunno any.
So, out for a little walkie, eh? Counting
My God,
the
his
emperor's
glasses.
swords to lull you to sleep? Well, in the army,
How's it
we've a
going,
place
Ro?
for
I love
those
seeing the yen emotes too on our first day back of the Witcher 3 playthrough.
Gold quartermasters.
Not complete in its explaining exactly, Ingo, I agree. Yeah, I think he was disappointed he had to do what he needed to do. It seems like a cruel twist. Yes, I know, exactly. Right, Ish? Oh my God, same. Ish, when I tell you that I'm so excited to be back, I was like, it was funny because I was hanging out with Assie earlier and I was watching her play and I was like, man, we really have to do our replay of The Witcher 3. And then all of a sudden I was like, well, what's freaking stopping me? Like, we're just gonna go for it. I was like, I'm being kind of silly. We're gonna get rid of that. We are going to, because we need obviously all the money for the Gwent cards, right? Away with explaining some spoilers, and there might be new watchers of The Witcher 3 here. Don't worry, Ingo, feel free, because we've already been kind of letting people know that, like, if you're not into game or book spoilers, we're going to be talking a lot about everything. This is one of those replays where, like, when we do our annual Witcher replay, we're just going to let people know right off the bat that, like, we're going to be talking lore and spoiling stuff. It's just going to happen. Stomp boots. I don't think we need the boots. You see, you've been okay roller coaster, but happy here chilling. Oh, Ro, I hope everything is going well. The merchant does not have the coin. Hang on. Dorian sword, Dig's lair. We successfully assassinated the bad guy. Man, let me think. Trying to think. Well, because, like, technically, right, so depending also on how much DLC people have, there's technically 3 different canonically, I guess, good endings, depending on who you ask. By the way, all romance choices aside and all of that discussion, because I will say this, much as we rant and as much as we are obviously Team Yen here, one of the things that I always tell people is, like, there's no really wrong way to enjoy an RPG. So that's one of those things where it's like, even though I obviously have, like, deeply entrenched feelings about the situation from a lore perspective, I'm not one of those people who's like, yeah, I'm gonna just freaking lose it. I've never stopped all the mages from getting crucified. Oh, interesting. Well, you know, though, I can't see, here's the thing, Ish. I can't blame you for that. And the reason why I will say that is because the whole quest attached to that is such bullshit that it makes sense.
I'd like you to craft something for me.
Yeah, Viper, passionately anti. Passionately anti. It's one of those things where, for me, like, from a lore perspective, she's not even considered a romance dialogue in the books to begin with. She assaults him in the books, and it's literally part of the reason why she and Yen aren't on good terms to begin with. So for me, it's just not even an option. But aside from that, like, aside from literally the canonic lore, which, by the way, so that we're clear, none of the games are canon. The show is not canon. Oh yeah, Viper, it's depressing. It's one of those things where you're like, oh no, this is her pattern that she does this. Like, this isn't the first time that she's magically seduced him. But, like, the second, and she knew better? Nilfgaard wouldn't notice. Alright, so in this quest, I never understood if the Temerian guerrilla soldiers who stole the initial grains were the one who gave the rotten grain now. That's a good point. Because how could the guy not know that the grain was rotten? That's what I'm thinking, Ingo. Either that or he was so poor that he just gave what he had, even though he probably tried to explain it. Right, Ish? Oh my god, dude, the show is an abomination. I will never stop arguing for all the time that I am alive that the show does not even deserve to exist. The show is one of those pieces of awful butchery that if I could just erase it out of my brain, I would. It doesn't deserve to exist at all. It's one of those things that's like, ugh, Lauren Hissrich is just awful. Her decisions, awful. Style of... It's not even the style of the lore, though, Lord. That's the problem. It doesn't even capture the essence of what The Witcher is meant to be about. Or the clothes and the armor, I know, right? What is this guy? Oh, he's a pain in my ass. We're gonna go this way. I remember this. Clothes in the show, I was freaking confused. The Nilfgaard Ballsack armor is so bad. But no, it's not even in the style of the lore for the books or the games. And I think this is the part that gets people. So, like, they don't realize that the first and second game are not even canon. The first and second game are not even, like, slightly approved. It's literally like, this may as well not be the same universe because you have quite literally stripped the characters of their actual traits described in the canon material. Didn't even read the books. Not only, oh, Sinowit's worse. So not only did the director not read the books, the director insulted the book readers and all of the canonical lore fans by calling us all a bunch of bigots because we were very kindly pointing out inconsistencies. And at the time, the Discord was, the Discord around the series was not toxic. It was not like, Like, yeah, you have some weird racists who are like coming out of the woodwork.
Do I know it?
But it wasn't
remember how many times
there
I've been there.
yet.
How many times
It
Mother
was like
Nenneke
very
stitched
few
me up.
dissenters
We must
who were
missed each
yelling weird racist comments,
I
which
strove
was
to become a healer under Mother Nenneke.
that's not my issue. My issue is not the casting.
I was
My
but
issue
18 when they took
nothing
me.
to do with the actors.
An age at which teaching
My
and
issue
interest one
is that
far
Lauren
less than
Histrick
love.
called everyone a bunch
There
of
was a boy,
bigots
Goslav.
because we had
He
the
bears
oh my
just to work.
goodness, we have a puppy.
The novices couldn't keep their eyes off him, tripped over their
Tries
own
to give the
feet,
feeling of
dropped
medieval
things.
times, exactly.
I left the temple for him. We passed a lovely summer together, and then he left. Nenneke refused to take me back.
Look at
My
who was
parents never got a
snorting.
word. Gave me a travel cloak and a small coin pouch.
This is not the outcome that he
I struggled
wanted,
long
for
to find a
context.
place where I'd feel safe, needed, until I finally arrived here. End of story.
Good at phrase. It's a Raja! We have a Raja raid. We've been raided by a puppy. It is Raja. Like Aladdin's, well, like the tiger from Aladdin, really. Just missing the H on the end. In Farsi, it means king. And he knows that he's the king. You are the canonical king of the castle, are you not? Was he looking for food? He is, Phoenix. He is absolutely furious right now because he has been sitting here stomping his little foot and snorting, and I did not hear him because we were deep in a lore discussion. Are you dissatisfied? Would you rate your experience on Yelp with your mother? He's like, I give it a 2 out of 10. He gives it a 2 out of 10. Are you flinchy today? What happened? He's probably been chasing honeybees in the yard again. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go give him some food. You all listen to the beautiful music. Gaze at Geralt in all of his glory. And I'm gonna quickly go feed him. I'll be right back. Okay, that was the cutest thing ever. Thank you for that, guys. He was adorable. First, he was standing there just stomping his little foot at me. I don't know if you guys heard him losing his mind in the background, but the minute that he sees his food, he just goes insane. It is one of the funniest things. I'm like, he's so cute. Thank you guys for that. We are back.
That to her.
When he stomps, right? His little...
Yes.
He gives such a little grumpy face.
At night,
It's so precious.
through the woods, in wartime.
His sweet little
Meeting a
angry
boy.
face.
The young, you know, do foolish things for love.
Hang on.
Wounds
My
are
heart.
healing, but she will die. Blood's pooling in her skull. Nothing
Wounds
my
are
bruise can do
healing,
to
Michelle. This is so sad. Finding out that she has a hematoma from the impact. Like... Could try to help her.
Could try to
Let's
help
do
her
this.
with one of my potions.
I love doing this.
Swallow can heal internal hemorrhages.
But
Witcher's potions aren't for humans.
she'll die as it is.
Yes, a peaceful death soothed by your concoctions. If I give her
Yeah, I know,
swallow and something goes
right,
wrong,
Rose? He's so sweet. I love how sassy he is. That's part of why I picked him, because the first minute I met him, he bit me, and I was like, oh, he's my boy. I was like, oh, he is.
Got any herbs you're willing to sell?
I'm sure
Like, he's
I can
my
find
boy.
something.
I knew. It was at that moment she knew. I wish I could just buy buckthorn from her, but I guess it makes sense that she would not also go foraging around in the water to be like, yeah, let me buy buckthorn. It is a bit surprising though that considering... Actually, no, why would the local people also... That's assuming that they could swim. Never mind, ignore me. I'm forgetting myself again. Alright, do we need to upgrade anything? And right, the all black on Geralt is really nice. I like it because it complements Yen as well. Smells like when you take it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Ish. I was like, you know something? I'm about to make no sense. Oh my god, we never even made these potions. That's hilarious. Plus, it will lead to the Great Pan. I know, the Great Pan is my favorite. The Great Pan is absolutely my favorite. Oh shit. Oh Jesus Christ. Sorry! I thought I was in Elden Ring! Oh shit. God damn it. Tamira! Sorry!
Yes?
Such a menace. I'm really a menace. I need to stop with the fucking interact key.
Spring. Symbol
I just...
of rebirth. Fitting as names go.
We'll see. Like I said,
I'm just straight up out here thinking that I'm in Elden Ring. It's fine. We're gonna play Elden Ring later and be like, why am I not picking up the item? You guys are gonna be like, Effie, please.
Decided it was better than doing nothing.
I like wound back as if I was gonna punch her and I was like, no!
A small gift. For giving a damn.
She's a sweetheart. I love Tamira. No. Right, Ro? I was like, oh no. He's like, not me very casually, not me very casually. Almost getting wrecked.
It's clearing up.
Oh, I like his comments on the weather as well. Forgot about this.
Take it easy.
Alright, hang on. We're gonna do this. Because I can't remember if this game has a... I think it has a quick save. Changing my vote to Team Tamira. Honestly, for me, the issue is the lifespan thing that would be so heartbreaking. Like, whenever people talk about, like, wouldn't it be great to have an immortal boyfriend? I'm like, have you thought about the consequences of this for exactly more than 4 seconds? Like, for me, if I was the immortal being, right, there would be nothing more nightmarish than actually watching your loved one die. And, like, watching them go through things like menopause or whatnot, and, like, you're never going to do that. Brother, I forgot how powerful the Erendite is. Why weren't we using Erendite at the start? Roach, move! Oh my god, Roach. The stress level. Thank god you can't hit Roach. What the hell? Why do I have a torch? Why is there just suddenly a torch? We are Ish. We are 100%ing every single area. We're doing every single side quest. We're gonna discuss it along the way. We're gonna have a lore fun. We're gonna get so cozy. This is gonna be our favorite way to wake up. Because I just love how chill it is. There'll be some evenings too, especially on like rainy, cloudy evenings when like the vibes here are feeling very witchy. It'd be wonderful. I'm very motivated. I love it. This is by far, I would say easily, I think this has to be my favorite game of all time, if I'm honest, because it's the one that I return to the most. So this isn't like my first, second, or third playthrough. This is my 14th. No, I'm sorry. This officially makes this my 16th playthrough, because last summer was my 15th. But we are on playthrough number 16. However,
that's it, Roach.
Our work most days, not to worry, Ish. Listen, we're gonna have a lot of cozy fun. There are gonna be some evenings with this too. I played it 3 times. Yep, right, Patata. This is the game. this is the game where, like, the Witcher fans, you always know too, because like we can discuss lore and like we'll get so passionately, and this is what I love, Potato, we'll get so passionately heated about some aspects of lore, and then all of a sudden we'll all just mutually laugh because we're like, yeah, can you believe how bullshit that the King Killer quest is? And in that moment, it's like we are all one again as a fandom, and I love it. Got bad ending, second to get good ending, and third after Netflix. And you know what I'll blame that on, Potato, for the bad ending? I'll be honest with you, is that they're very unclear about the moments where Geralt needs to, like, harshly parent versus where he needs to gently parent. Does that make sense? It's like, if he would have dialogue options, yeah, oh my god, right? Oh my god, Sinnoh, we need to have that as a redeem. It's like the sound that they make when you bump into them. Oh, the plums are wreaking havoc on the gut. That's actually accurate. They should be. Lesson to learn, yeah, right? And this is the thing. The dialogue options that they actually give you for the moments where Geralt needs to, like, step in and do some firm parenting, you're like, You're like, not to be dramatic, but these dialogue options don't exactly match the actual vibes of what's happening. Let's dismount here, because if I remember correctly... Make me a slingshot going to hunt bears, right? Oh my god. That's a vibe. That's what messed me up the first time, right? Geralt pushing Dijkstra forcefully. Yo! Ingo. What the hell was that? You remember that? Because I remember that. My life was like... I was like, excuse? I remember sitting there and I was just like sort of horrified in that abject way that you can't help but be when something goes horribly. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, first death indeed. Especially because you know what I forgot? All right, let's get our, because we don't actually have our upgraded one on. Hang on, let's get that. Hey, get wrecked. Yeah, the forceful pushing of Dijkstra always kind of ticked me off because I was a bit like, you know, Geralt, I understand, like, it's Dijkstra, and don't get me wrong, I'm not out here, I'm not a Dijkstra apologizer other than his Gwent card. The guy pretty royally sucks. However, I will say this much. It's a bit much for that moment, you know? It always struck me and I was like, Geralt, what are you doing, Geralt? I was like, buddy, please chill. We don't have to be like category 5 rage at Dijkstra. Maybe like a 3 in that circumstance. But I feel like Geralt would not maim someone unless he absolutely had to. You know what I mean? That's one of those circumstances where it's like, that's a whole lot of effort. Also, does anybody know, I need to actually look this up because on multiple replays I have never found this. Can you actually sell those beehives to anybody for the price that they were advertised at? Because I do remember that from back in the day. Now, the one thing that we are, by the way, going to ignore is, I don't remember anymore, right? I thought that that was the thing. The one thing that we will universally ignore are basically the bugged quests. So stuff that's like, if it's going to be game breaking. I don't know if this one still is. I think they fixed it for the next gen. I'm going to look into this. But basically what we're not going to do since we have mods enabled is anything that could potentially be game breaking on the offset.
What happened?
But we will do all of the side stuff.
Swamp. Folks said the road was fraught with peril, but I wouldn't listen.
Also, can we get exclamation monster 6, please? I believe it's been 6.
What happened, and how can I help? And remember,
it might have been 4.
For free,
the drowners might have been 4. Thank you, Phoenix.
Well, was on my way to the Black Ones to trade. Suddenly, my horse got spooked, ran clear off the road. We hit a bump.
Sky is so sus.
And the horse and cart rolled on. Then I heard bubbling, neighing, slurping.
Although I have to say, I love his yellow fit. Can we just take a moment to admire the canary yellow with like the...
No doubt my goods are still on the cart.
Not to worry, Ingo, you got it.
Too afeard to go and see. Thought maybe you. I'm most concerned about a little box. Bring it to me. I beg you.
What is Ross's? What do you mean? You mean the rose petals? It's the currency that is your channel points. His tunic is very nice, right? I do love his fit.
Fine, I'll go. Let you know if I find that box.
I absolutely love his fit. Now we're gonna keep Roach here, I think. I think we should. Now, hang on. Isn't there, if I remember correctly... Let's see. I think I'm remembering this correctly. There's like a very sus thing about this guy. It has been a year. Was it here that it was? Yes. Okay. So you see this right here? Boss is the third counter. Oh, you're fine. Oh my god, Patata, you're fine. I was like, do you mean rose petals or do you mean bosses? That makes perfect sense now. I was like, you know, for a minute there, Patata, that was funny because I actually forgot what I have in place and I was like, wait, maybe I'm losing it. So the whole idea, right, about this guy is that he's actually lying about this medicine and he's actually a criminal. We're gonna help him out anyway so that we can play this one through, but basically for most of the quests in this game, and I will tell you guys this honestly, if you do your own detective work around the quest, don't just take people at face value because you will suddenly discover that they are completely full of shit. And it is one of those moments where it's like, it's actually really interesting how this game will not just penalize you for not paying attention, but when you actually find the context clues, you're like, oh shit. In Elden Ring also never paid attention to it. Oh my god, you're fine, Patata. Not to worry. I understand that one intimately. I'll tell you something. Back when I was like, how badly would you want to have both the regular and the alternative, Ingo, with my entire heart and soul? And when I tell you that when we get to 1K, that's what I was thinking of as the perfect cosplay celebration. I was like, man, this would be too amazing. That's like my all-time dream cosplay. Mainly because I feel like it's just so... Like, the outfit itself is something I would wear IRL, but I'm literally, when I tell you, dying for it. I mean, like, I have looked at so many of them. I think the hardest part for me is that, like, because... Be Wary of Strangers been doing that for years. Right. Literally, Phoenix, it's one of the best games that like encourages you. I mean, move to a Mediterranean country and wear that every day, literally. So you don't even know this, Ingo, but my family's actually doing the citizenship in Italy thing. So like that might actually become a reality if we get a place in southern Italy. And when I tell you that I will walk around southern Italy as literally, I will literally walk around as Yennefer canonically. Although I will say that the only thing that makes me sad is that a lot of Europeans call her Jennifer instead because of the pronunciation of the Y, and I'm like, no, it's Yen. I'm like, it can only be Yen. I'm like, don't call me Jen. It does something to me. Yeah, we're looking into it. We've been looking into it for a hot minute now because I was like, you know, basically the state of affairs in the United States is not really to all of our liking, but we also actually have the ancestry that we should to make that happen.
Didn't mention this.
Yeah,
Interesting.
so this is the thing.
Take a look around.
So the cart was actually attacked by people. It's not just like, oh, the cart went off the road. So this is like, it's already a little bit sussy because it's like, all right, did someone get raided?
Neck. Good shot. Either the
Yenny Yenny, I got your number. What's up, Ish?
Lying.
Part of the deal that you need the Italian ancestry. Well, it helps the process. So bureaucracy. So here's the way that bureaucracy in Italy works. All right, if you guys want God's honest truth. So first of all, if you can't speak the language, it's already going to be slow. Then in addition, you need to give 15 business days for something that should have taken you an hour Number 2, right in the gate. And number 3, you basically need to know a guy who knows a guy. How to get you to sing the song. Oh, no. That's one of them things that I avoid singing on stream at all costs. I do not have a good singing voice. At least not anymore. I used to be training for opera, but it didn't really work out the way that one might hope. But yeah, so basically, like, if you have the ancestry, you're already speaking the language, and then you also are, like, very friendly with the officials and very polite about the fact that it's taking 1,000 years, you will be in better shape. But all bureaucracy in Italy is, like, the slowest thing that you have ever experienced in your life. Like, I kid you not when I say that the struggle is so unbelievably real. It's one of these universal things that, like, even just for the casual, I've watched a non-New Witcher fan use the easy name to remember. Jessica of Venga Boys. Papa Vaseline. Papa Vaseline! Papa Vaseline! Papa Vaseline. Gerbil of Riverdale. Oh my god, I'm living. Wait, Papa Vaseline eats. Can we talk about this? Because Papa Vaseline is just, does kind of sound like a brand, doesn't it? Wait, that's actually sexy. Papa Vaseline. Seen through your lies.
Yeah, found your priceless chest. And someone who looks an awful lot like a cart driver with an arrow through his neck. No dryads in these swamps, and never known a drowner or a water hag to use a bow.
Tell him, Geralt.
Lacking any other suspects, I'm guessing.
Watch out! Behind you!
Geralt.
There's nothing behind me. I'm a witcher, I'd have heard it. Just like I can hear your heart.
I'm sorry, but his senses. The Italian Navy was waiting to get involved in the War of Terror for about a month or two. Are we even going to talk about America, though, Sinnoh? Should we even go there? Because we're no better. We were actually funding the dark side. Literally until the moment where the world was like, you realize we're going to hold you accountable for this. And we were like, oh, right. Like, our munitions were being used by the opponent. We were actively supporting them until exactly the moment it became not... What is this random wolf doing here? Brother, how could you fail me my quest? I'm mad at the wolf for failing me the quest. God damn it. Is this merchant fucking kidding? Brother, this is actually amazing. Wait, he's stuck on a tree. Someone clip it. He's stuck on a fucking tree. This is amazing. I can't. The quest literally said you will not let her fail this. Amazing.
Get him out of here.
Exactly right, Sinnoh. It was bullshit. It was bullshit.
Not even on horseback. Now who are you and why'd you attack that cart?
Private
I can't believe this.
John Giermer, Temerian 6th Division, 2nd Regiment, disbanded, but still active, underground, in the woods.
So these are Temerian guerrillas, I guess.
Transport. I'd be damned if it reached the Black Ones. And the medicine, our lads could use it too. We've many ill among us. You let me go.
Okay, chat.
I might live and fight once more for a free North.
Okay, chat, here's what we're gonna do. Thank you, Sinnoh. Chat, I want you all to vote right now. Make your character look like Geralt with Ciri as a Guardian, Astarion and Regis and Volo as Dandelion. Oh my god, Patata, I'm in love with that. What? That's wonderful. You did beautifully. Thank you, Phoenix. Be one of those gorilla that stole the grain. That's what I'm thinking, Ingo. So here's my question, chat. I want you all to vote right now. What are we doing? Are we taking him to the Nilfgaardians? Are we letting him go? Or are we letting him go and taking the medicine? Sound off right now, chat. What do we think we're doing here? So, to make this the context of the situation clear, these are the people who have been conquered by the Nilfgaardians. He shot down the transport that was going to take medicine to their conquerors, right? The Nilfgaardians. And wants to steal the medicine to bring it back to use for his own soldiers, who are working in what we know to be a bit of a doomed resistance plot. So chat, sound off. What we doing? I will let you guys steer many of the side quests outcomes, because I think that it provides good discussion points, because many of these quests are gray, and I do think that it's very helpful. Option 3, free to go, but the medicine stays with me. We have one vote for free to go, but the medicine stays. 1 vote for number 1. I'm gonna give you guys like a minute and 30 to vote. Points taken to action, right? And go 2. 2. We have 2 votes for number 2 so far. Any long-reaching effects to this decision? I don't know, Ish. It's a good question. 3. The medicine is needed for the girl. No, this is needed for technically Nilfgaardian soldiers. 3 sounded pretty good too. 2 because fuck the Emperor. So now it's literally like, here we go. So 2 and 3 it would seem are winning. But 3 sounded pretty good too. I know, right? Personally, I have always liked the canon where Geralt keeps the medicine. Not because I think that this is what he would do, but because it's the most, like, neutral, objectively, where he's a Witcher. But the Emperor is Tywin Lannister. Oh my god, Ish. Tywin's one of my favorite characters. Oh my god, there is no character. Oh, Charles Dance. Oh, Charles Dance. Oh my god, my heart be still. Tywin is wonderful. Maybe 2 then, because an empire that can conquer can get more shit. Well, here's the thing, Phoenix, so we should mention this. The Resistance fighters are not making it out of this either way. This is doomed. So even if they are healed up, they are not living. Happens after the poor guy gets whipped. Right and go? Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Charles Dance and the Golden Child, dude. Charles Dance is wonderful. And probably 3. So, like, yeah. So what we're talking about with this resistant movement, this is not going to be a successful resistance movement. Either way. Like, essentially, so to make the context clear, the Nilfgaardians are already well seated in power. Vizima is only a very short ride away, which is the central point now of the Nilfgaardian conquests. We're talking about a small town that's not terribly far away from the hot seat of the conquerors. So these people are pretty fucked. So I see it's a toss-up between 2 and 3. And Holly J, right? Oh my god. Charles Dance is wonderful. He's such an incredible actor. Holy crap. His work is Tywin. His work is Tywin Lannister. I love the character of Tywin Lannister. I think that he inspires a fantastic degree of fear. And what I think is beautiful, by the way, about Tywin Lannister's character is, like, he had to pull his entire family up out of the fucking ruins in order to acquire all of that wealth. And the way that he has this ruthless, iron, like, steel cold chokehold because of it is impressive. Yo, right, Patata? Dude, I'm so excited for tonight. I'd fail. What would be the sense of false hope? That's what I'm thinking. All right, I'm going to say preemptively that unless we have, like, immense dissenters who pop in with the number 2 right now, 3 wins.
You can go, but I'm keeping the medicine. Nilfgaard will find you and kill you anyways. Why should it go to waste?
Take it and choke on it.
Now this is where, and I will say this, I think that this is the most lore accurate Geralt, because this is a conversation that he would have in the books, which is like, I'm a Witcher, I don't get involved, and to be frank, the medicine is valuable, and once you find out that the person who you were just doing this quote good deed for has lied to you anyway, that's a bit of a deal breaker usually in Geralt in the book's eyes. Like, once he finds out that he's been betrayed, Geralt tends not to be merciful, and that's something that's really interesting about the games, is that they give you all these chances to, like, make Geralt this ethically good guy, and it's like, Geralt's got his moments. Dude, I'm so excited for the next episode. I am like, I'm ready. I've been loving the House of the Dragon. That's one of those shows where, like, I hear a lot of people complain because they're like, it's so slow. And I'm like, Westerosi politics always should have been. If you are Frank, could I be Jeff? Yes. All right, everyone, the best quest in The Witcher 3 starting now.
Lost your key, ma'am?
No, not me key. Me pan.
I love her.
It's always sat there empty. This hurts. That is, till the night afore the battle. A man arrived, walked right in like 'twere his own.
Let's fucking go, Pan lady. Me Pan.
'Cause next I knew, there he was, coming my way.
And you know something? As a cast iron lover, I understand.
Protection, see?
I get it.
He just asks all polite.
This would be me in the Witcher universe.
By chance? Lilac berries or even a few coals? Nay, says I. And you must be right daft to pester folk at
I'm
night with
not
such
even shitting you
foolery.
guys when I say this would be me about my cast iron set in the Witcher universe.
Staring at me pan like a magpie at a copper. Lend
As a
it
squire,
to
or
me,
maybe to be
Gran,
her squire.
or
I'd
give
be
it
fine
back
anyway.
come on.
So no, I feel like the real crime here.
Dark.
I feel like the real crime here.
So I gave it to him.
I know, exactly, Ish. I was thinking the same thing. He, like, destroyed it by cleaning it. For me, the real crime here, cast iron. I will choose violence when it comes to cast iron. Exactly, right, Dre? Like, I think we all agree that the real crime here is whoever cleaned her cast iron pan.
Interesting. What happened then?
I love playing a patient Geralt. I've seen people quit Elden Ring after fighting Tree Sentinel and quit Witcher 3 after the Pan quest for different reasons. Who didn't like the Tree Sentinel? Oh, that flavor god, yo, right, Dre? I know. Can you fucking imagine? Not worth much, she supposes. Ma'am, you've never been more wrong.
Widower Pan. I could never break down that door myself. And in truth, I'm a
I got you, ma'am. We gonna fix this today.
such a stench.
The pan is coming
walking
home
out.
today.
Methinks the
Dre, the amount of work that she's gonna have to do to get all that flavor back.
he's lying there.
Rage.
Never taken on a pan contract. Fine, I'll go in.
I love the way that Geralt, like, so even though, like, obviously we know that, like, he will run around and be like, I don't have emotions. I love the way that his vocal inflection obviously betrays the fact that he does indeed have emotions. And in this economy even, I know, imagine her grocery bill. Y'all. Let me see. Where is the important?
Explains the stench.
Now this is very important.
Cracked monocle. Interesting.
What's that, dearie?
Nothing,
I love her.
Nothing.
A mood.
His throat. He was garroted.
Thinks he's this cool, smoldering, broody guy with no bush. It's Ingo. My favorite thing is when he tries that on Yen, and she's literally just like, stop using this as your excuse to be emotionally avoidant. And I'm just like,
His throat.
Yen, we love you.
He was garroted.
You find her pan, but you're gonna steal all of her stuff. Listen,
Soldier might have.
it's the tax. She understands what's up. Also, let's get some freaking light in here. I'm like, ma'am, we're also going to light up your home. Not that way. Very important. Burn papers.
Burned.
Are you ready, everyone, for the reveal of Taller, who is one of Geralt's... honestly, of all the people that Geralt has come across, Taller is the most personally relatable to me, who uses profanity like it's my mission in life. Makes him fumble so hard she sees through him so well, right, Ingo? I love it. I think Geralt has gone so long being told Witchers have no emotion that he's really trying to convince himself of that. Meanwhile, he's one hug away from the waterworks. That's exactly it, Dre, and that's what Ciri brings out in him, and so does Yen, and I love it. I love that Yen can make him run away, because he's forced to feel things when it comes to her. I'm like, cleaning the house, free service. And when you arranged to meet, you fucking show up. I did, risking my life and the entire blasted operation, and ended up standing there with my plow and cock in my hands, waiting for nothing. I thought the Nilfgaardian army was better organized than that, but you, illegible, tell that blessed Lord General of yours that me and my companions don't hold grudges, so we won't break off negotiations. But since our old plan's gone up tits up this time, we'll choose the time and place for the next meeting. I love Taller. Taller is like such a fucking mood. Honestly, I would be this pissed off. Of sweat and blood. Oh, okay, actually, we're gonna get lore. A veil hangs between the world men can see and the one they cannot. The veil blocks the dead from the view of the living, and the living from the view of the dead. Some mages can break through this veil and communicate with the dead, or else summon them to the world of the sun for short periods of time. This is actually for those of you that are into witchcraft or into actually occult dealings IRL, by the way. Hi, I actually work with traditional necromancy. This is the art form known as necromancy. Necromage, baby. The dead can also break through the veil and enter the world of the living on their own. Yet, unlike the necromancers, in doing so, they are not driven by reason and will, but by a thoughtless, irrational need. This need arises from powerful emotions such as regret, longing, or wrath. Facts. Very often these emotions gain their power by being invested in a material object by the dead individual while he or she still knew life. The objects most frequently so endowed, wedding rings, favorite toys, or the instrument used for the crime, which sent the returned individual to the other world in the first place. Right? Oh my god, Sinnoh, right? If we could just have the Pan Lady as our companion for Hearts of Stone. Oh, which, by the way, so that you guys know, spoilers are completely welcome in this playthrough because we're replaying it annually, and we're just letting the audience know that. So feel free to discuss lore, DLCs, upcoming stuff, of his dialogues with Regis, and of course the AA, right? Oh my god, right? I love the way that she holds him accountable, and she doesn't let him off of the hook. And I think that it's something that's so criminally underrated in a good partner, that they will hold you accountable when you misbehave and when you treat them poorly. And I think it's important. Obviously, the manner of discussion is important too. Like, no, I don't condone violence. I don't condone interpersonal bullshit. Oh, yes, no. Oh, you're fine. Loss, I love the Yen lurk emote. Oh, the Yen emotes make me so happy to see. I'm like, yes. The Yen and sharks always make me so happy.
Some other documents too.
And the other fellow?
Now, one thing that I will say that does actually make me sad, I don't love that he's like, round up a few local boys. I feel like he would carry the corpse out. That would just be...
Hang about! You've earned a token of thanks.
Like, she doesn't have a door currently on her house, and this is after a battle, a skirmish, so you would think that what she would do, you would think that he would actually clean up the body for her, given the fact that she'll probably open herself up to being robbed. Enjoy, Phoenix! You would think that he would, like, move the body for her, given the fact that she doesn't have a door anymore. I would have taken care of the body and gotten her a door. Yeah, you would think that he would help her bury the body and stuff because he's a lot stronger. We're in the production this whole White Orchard quest was made, right? That's where I'm thinking too. It's like, it's kind of interesting because every game needs a tutorial area, right? But there are certain things that like just wouldn't logically make sense. And one of the things for me that like would not make sense is him just leaving her with this body. Considering the fact that not having a door after the level of skirmish that they just had means that like she's going to probably get robbed. And I don't feel like Geralt would subject an elderly lady to being robbed that way. This man does have significance, but it's too early in the story for the new player to understand it. So this feels like a senseless quest, yeah. I think one of the things that they did, Patata, is I feel like they returned post-haste to like add things after the fact to make sure that all the dots connect. Because like when you think about the fact that in development, the first quest that they worked on was Hjalmar's quest in Skellige, and just the amount of things that can go fucky with that quest, I feel like it definitely creates this sense of like, it's not to say that CDPR were negligent, but I think that the way that they were originally going to take the game, you can definitely see where it was significantly different. For example, I know that you guys probably might not know this unless you follow xLatalis. Fantastic content creator, by the way. Adore him with my whole heart. He actually shared what the original intention was to have Yennefer betray the Lodge of Sorceresses at the end of this game. And originally what she was going to do is actually have all of them rounded up and arrested, and they were going to be executed, but she was going to purposely make sure that she spared Triss. And I have to say that given all the bad blood between her and Triss and all of the misdeeds, it really did move me that at the end of the day, CDPR was like, yeah, but she's not going to kill one of her closest friends, and she would absolutely find a way to actually save her in the end. And I have to say, I really kind of love that. And by the way, that's the outcome regardless of whether or not you romance Triss. Like, either way, Yen is like, I'm sparing Triss's life. And I would just like to say, I actually don't mind her betraying the Lodge of Sorceresses. I don't think that she would actually think that they deserve death. I do feel like that part's a little bit unrealistic, especially for the character that we've seen of her thus far. It felt real in a way, but it wasn't pleasant. It felt real in a way that was like, the Emperor is not just going to let the Lodge of Sorceresses off the hook. I think that that's one of the most unbelievable parts of the game, is like, we don't actually get to see how it wrapped up for them. It does seem to care in a layer quest with the person pretending to be a witcher from the School of the Cat. Yeah, he gets pissed when the fake witchers after coin as much as possible. Yeah. Yeah. He definitely, like, Geralt really does have emotions, and he does care. I will say this about Yen. I think that her betraying the Lodge of Sorceresses actually makes quite a lot of sense, considering what they... So, if you have read the books, and you know what the Lodge of Sorceresses has done personally to Yennefer and also to Ciri, it makes quite a lot of sense that Yennefer would remove them from Ciri's life so that they can't harm her daughter further. I think that it makes perfect sense in that context. Do I enjoy the idea of them framing Yen that way, and do I understand why they chose not to do it? Yeah, I think what they realize is that the majority of people haven't exactly read the books, so it was going to come across as one of these irredeemable factors. Did Margarita deserve it? Margarita, unfortunately, Ingo, is like part of that system. It's kind of like when we talk about the ACAB movement and stuff, it's like Margarita is part of a system that unfortunately has done great violence to Yen's daughter. I don't personally agree with Margarita being part of that. I feel kind of like, if we're going to talk about who really should have been rounded up and arrested, I think it solely belongs to Philippa. That responsibility, I don't agree with Fringilla either being roped into this, because even though Fringilla, you know, has not exactly been the best person, I think Fringilla has already served her time by being imprisoned by Nilfgaard. Literally, imagine being imprisoned by the country that you loyally served through a war. It's a bit fucky in the head. So like Margarita and Fringilla, I don't agree with the decision there. I like that Yen spares Triss. I think it should have just been Philippa. I think holding the others accountable is a little bit wild, until we also take into account, by the way, that it was indeed Margarita who did work as part of the conspiracy to set Ciri up for some of that eugenics project, which is like, it sucks. It all sucks. I don't think it's possible to discuss it without it being like, sadly, for a lot of these characters, they kind of... Wait, why does Margarita have her Margarita's on? I know, right? Margarita, she's just that awesome. Fortunately, but yeah, Philippa getting arrested after her whole speech about Ciri and Yen in that cave. Yeah, and this is the thing. I always felt very uncomfortable with the eugenics that they were going to subject Ciri to anyway, and it's like, ugh. One more thing I disagree with Witcher fans. Everyone thinks Ciri as Witcher is the best ending, but Geralt himself... Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a spoiler for this playthrough. We will be going Ciri Empress ending, and here's why. Ciri Empress ending. Alright, with Witcher skills, I actually think that she would have the best chance of not just survival, but also of actually doing something positive in the region. Geralt himself would hate being thrown out to be a Witcher. He would never choose the same fate for Ciri. Exactly, Patata, and especially knowing the way that his ending goes in the games. I don't think he would ever want to picture Ciri being murdered in a field simply for existing, and when we talk about this, it's a dying profession. So it's not like Ciri's going to have work perpetually. There's no planetary conjunction that's going to infinitely produce monsters, so she basically is just going to be this outlier forever in society. I agree that Ciri as Emperor makes... Ciri as Empress makes the most logical sense for the direction that the story was going in. And you can't tell me that parents would not want their daughter to be set up to be as wealthy and powerful as possible. I think every parent wants their child to be able to do better than they did. Ciri becomes Emperor. She comes and visits you in the DLC. Yeah. Ciri would make a great Emperor. I agree. Ciri as Empress for me is the right ending. I agree. Wholeheartedly. Even though the Witcheress ending always feels very like, it's like, ah, yes, like the power, right, of a young woman in this society making this decision. I think one thing that it's also very important to understand... What's up, Jonas? Good to see you. I think one thing that's very important to understand is that, like, when she is given all of the information, right, what she ultimately chooses when you completely are hands off is to become Empress. And that's something that's really interesting that it's actually coded in the game that way, is like, if you just completely let her drive the boat and you don't provide her feedback that's like super swaying in either direction, she chooses to be Empress. And I think that when we talk about agency, right, and we talk about like what feels good, what feels bad, obviously book readers are like, oh god, she becomes Empress, but like that means she's gonna marry Morvran. Morvran's not the worst guy, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. I didn't find him to be like this awful person that I could never see her marrying. You know, like, I didn't find him to be this, like... I didn't find Morvrin to be this, like, untenable guy that, like, she would never potentially develop some kind of emotions for. He actually seems pretty rational. Certainly not physically appealing, but I don't think that that should be the deciding factor.
Bang dents out of plate, shoe horses, that sort of thing. Nilfgaardians don't pay me a bloody copper. Just give me supplies and orders. But humans can't fathom that.
But yeah, Ciri's Empress for me is one of those things that's like, it's good for the whole of the continent.
Dragon. They've stopped talking to me. Spit when I pass. And now this.
Nice, Jonas. Congratulations. I hope it's a wonderful time.
I can find your arsonist, provided you're willing to pay.
I've not much left.
But yeah, Ciri,
if you bring me that horse.
I think Ciri, because of what she's experienced, would also have the best chance at actually being a fair ruler compared to many of the others. After her mother, and hold Morvrin accountable for his actions. Exactly, Ingo. And that's the thing, is like, because she's actually watched Geralt and Yen, I think that she would have the best... Which, by the way, I will just say this, one of the wildest things for me is like, while we look at this beautiful weather, re Geralt and Yen, I think the funniest thing is Ciri's dialogue. If you pick Triss and she's like, why Triss? And I've always found that to be like comical, because like, you know how there's certain people who will be like, I'm gonna stay with the mother of my kid for the sake of my kid. I appreciate that Ciri is out here with a set of brass balls big enough where she's like, I do not even care. I'm gonna ask you, like, Dad, what are you doing? Like, why'd you pick this?
Shavings from a tinderbox.
And that has always been one of my funniest things in this community, is that I'm just like,
then fled through the orchard.
You know you done fucked up when your kid is looking at you like,
large.
Why? It has never stopped cracking me up. I'm one of those people where it's like, as somebody who has a 17-year-old niece, I can like picture her asking my brother that if he were to like bring somebody home and she was like not feeling it. So for me, it was just one of those really funny moments where I was like, damn, dude. Whereas like the alternative, if you're with Yen, is like, I'm so glad that you guys like figured out your shit and you've decided to be happy together. And he's like, yeah. And it's just like sweet moment with child. It does not, it stays cracking me up. I'm just like, damn, brother. You can see, well, like, because by the way, for those of you that don't know, Triss was not originally a romance option in this game. They had to put her in after the fact, which I have always found particularly hilarious.
Stench.
I'm like, damn, brother. Oh, shit! We have our first death, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, shit. Oh, no, when did we save? Oh, shit. Why, thank you, Patata. Death number 1. Our first death on Deathmarch. What can I say? Those freaking... Oh, good. It's just here. Our first death on Deathmarch, officially. We're inaugurated.
From a tinderbox.
Our inaugural death.
Arsonist
Here we go.
must have lit his torch here.
And to think it was a drowner.
Then fled through the orchard. A man's. Large.
Although I will say this much, on Deathmarch, the enemies also hit quite a lot harder, so it's very, very funny. It's one of these situations where you're like,
stinks of piss
and
vodka.
This is unforgiving. But yeah, the fact that CDPR had to add in the romance option after the fact was like one of those things that I was just like, wow, that was a strong, like, it's a strong narrative choice. And I would like to commend them for that, because I do think that to take that stance, especially with where they left things after the second game, is like, damn, okay, guys.
Cover his trail.
So much shit about drowners, I know, right? They literally were like, hey. We're like, here we come, baby. What's up, Thirsty?
Something jumped out of
do an annual replay of this game, but it took me 3 years the first playthrough. Welcome in, dude. It's good to see you.
Come on.
And bro, I feel you. When I tell you that I have had a so every year we kind of like, I don't want to say we race through the game, but I think because we discuss the lore, it's like distracting enough where I forget how much side content that there is. How you doing, Thirsty? Man, look at what this EMB and this volumetric weather has done for the game. I'm just gonna say it. this EMB absolutely slaps. Wait till, oh my god, Thirsty, wait till you see the mod I have on for Yen's lore accurate hair. Brother. No, no, no. No, 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 no. What did I do? They finally fixed interrupting dialogues, right? Oh my god. Isn't it gorgeous, Rose? I'm telling you guys, it's amazing what an EMB and like a quick little reshader can do. Last night installing mods for Skyrim, but I may need to, yeah, oh, Thirsty, let me tell you. So, the ones that I have running that I'm obsessed with. First of all, book accurate Triss, so much more gorgeous than anything that CDPR could have ever dreamed up. Okay, just gonna say it. Second, lore accurate eyes. Book accurate eyes. Slaps. It slaps. Yen's actual hair, not the face mod, not the face mod. Important note, not the face mod. I don't fuck with the face mod. The face mod is... But the hair mod? Amazing. Actual curls that properly fall down her back? Perfect. Oh my god, and right, Rose? I love turning Skyrim into this, like, absolutely gorgeous, HD, super high-quality game. Oh, damn! Jezrex, what a great name. I love your name.
Bleeding, but not badly.
And also good taste. Gontro Dim. Elite choice. People say some Witcher 3 side quests like Baron Quest is better and bigger than some whole other games. Yo, Patata, you're not wrong. The Baron Quest line alone, when we officially start the Baron's Quest line, we're gonna have so much to talk about with it. But let me tell you guys this much. I always really have liked the ending for the Baron quest line that involves some level of optional redemption for him. And thank you for the follow, dude. I like doing that with Fallout 4. Unfortunately, they updated it and made all the mods not work. Yeah, I'm really pissed off about the fact that they did that. I was also very pissed off when Ark did that. Ark Survival Evolved. When Ark Survival Ascended came out, I was like, why would you kill the freaking base game, dude? Like, people still loved playing it. Figure out Fallout London. Right, dude? I've heard so many good things.
It's gotta be him.
Oh my god. Jezrex, I love it. Yenna team, right? Always. Always. Oh my god. Jezrex, I wish that you heard my rant earlier, because I was like, people are picking... Okay, let me explain this one more time. For those in the back who missed it earlier, Thirsty, this is going to be very funny. This is going to be a very funny moment to come in on. I really feel like people pick Triss because they fell in love at some point with a woman who picks emotionally unavailable men. Hear me out, hear me out. They fell in love with a hot girl who's in love with the man who doesn't want them, okay? And the most heartbreaking thing is when you're looking at a person that you're like obsessed with, right? And they're obsessed with someone who doesn't want them, and that sucks. And so in order to correct that, they're like, oh, we'll pick the emotionally unavailable one. We'll pick the girl who's like super desperate, is being a pick-me, is trying too hard, and is doing this in all the wrong ways, right? We have multiple instances, right, where Triss commits sexual assault against Geralt, and it's like, ugh. And I think it's to like heal this wound of the fact that the girl who picked the emotionally unavailable guy didn't pick them. Hear me out? I think it's to like try and sort of like reconcile it in their own psyche, because that's the only, like, with what we know from the lore, right? And here's the thing, Thirsty, Yen's not crazy. She's actually like painfully logical. It's like anyone's gonna be pissed out. Anyone's gonna be pissed out. What is pissed out? Can somebody please keep track of all the new English I'm creating during this game? We'll be like mid-rant and I just create a phrase. Anyone would be pissed off if they're not only cheated on, but then in addition, so imagine this, all right? I want you guys to imagine a scenario. You cheat on a person with their historic old friend who has a demonstrated pattern of sexually assaulting you, which is already known about in the canon lore and discussed as not being acceptable, and is the reason for two friends no longer being close the way that they used to be, right? And the same person is the person who sold out both you and your daughter to your face, committing you to death in a dungeon, knowingly, and committing your child, by the way, to a eugenics program, knowingly. And then when you show up, your partner, your spouse, your longtime person goes, I'm so sorry, honey, I lost my memory. I'd be over it too. Even though it's what happened in this case and it's very unfortunate, I really have to say I admire Yen for believing the best in her old best friend over Geralt's lying ass, who's already slept with most of her friend group. Geralt's one, I agree. Just kind of the younger woman, more wild, fiery, yeah. Yen's more wifey. I saved Saskia, yeah. I feel you. Saskia all the way. So pissed off that it rubs off to other people who also get pissed off, yeah, right?
Nasty wound.
That would really piss me out. Yeah, I know. Piss me out is gonna be a new one.
Whoa, our arsonist's a charmer.
Thirsty, Yen's not only is she not crazy, she's the only, I will argue this till the day I die, Yennefer is the only sane fucking character in this universe. She literally gets ghosted by Geralt in the books. Imagine this, Thirsty, we were talking about this earlier. She gets ghosted by Geralt in the books. She is bankrolling him for the entire series, which, by the way, if you go to the bank in Novigrad, she has an account open for him in case he can't afford basic things like food and shelter, regardless of whether or not you choose to romance her or not. That's how solid of a person she is, okay? She moves him into her house in Vengerberg. It's this beautiful, luxurious house. She makes a lot of money. She's an independent woman, right? She's bankrolling him. He leaves in the middle of the fucking night with a note and white roses left on the fucking pillow. They have been together at this point for years, and he just fucking dips. So she understandably has the reaction that a person with high self-worth has, where she literally says, I'm going to focus on work. She does. She's off working in the mountains. I want you all to picture this. Imagine a person who not only abandoned you, but did so without even the common fucking courtesy of doing so to your fucking face, showing up at your workplace and being like, ding dong, I can't get enough of you. And all the characters in this chapter are like, Geralt, what are we doing? It's your, and it, like, imagine that the person who abandons you shows up to your fucking workplace and then has the audacity to keep stalking you and following you around. And you're like sitting there as the object of this stalking. And you're like, of course she's fucking pissed. Agreed, Chezarix, agreed. Let me tell you, I love Iris. I think that Iris and Yen would get on perfectly. I think Yen would despise the way that the Duchess conducted herself with Dandelion, because it was like borderline embarrassing, both in the books and in the games. It was like,
dwarves are the worst. Greedy little magpies do anything for gold.
Exactly, Sinnoh. Let me put it to you this way. When you realize what Geralt has actually put Yennefer through, the entire books, if you read the books and you pay attention to the lore, Chezarix backed me on this, Geralt is not the hero of the lore. He's not. It's Yennefer, Ciri, Milva, and Regis who are the actual heroes of the books. Mic drop. Geralt is a whiny pain in the ass. He is a whiny, emotionally immature pain in the ass for all of the books. It's literally the whole books is him getting dragged through, like, all of his friends being like, dude, would you please be accountable? It's like, he just sucks. And honestly, he doesn't deserve Yen. He doesn't deserve Triss. He doesn't deserve any of the romance options, if I'm being totally honest. He does not, he's not good enough for any of them. He continues to be emotionally avoidant. So the Geralt that we play in The Witcher 3 is one who has hopefully learned to take accountability for his shit, because I would love to see emotionally unavailable people take accountability for their shit, but he's awful. Strong enough to save the world. Thirsty, completely false. If it wasn't for Vesemir, it had almost not shit to do with Geralt, because you know how asleep at the wheel that fucking Geralt was as a father? He forgot menstruation exists. You can study a fucking basilisk and talk about its menstrual habits, but you forgot that the human child in your care has a fucking menstrual cycle? An abomination. They're very well. Geralt's known for seeing new girls. Well, here's the thing also, Patata, that people don't realize. Yen and Geralt are not a monogamous relationship, canonically. Like, she doesn't give a fuck about most cases. But she cares when it's her oldest friend, and he knows that. He's aware of that. A hero kind of guy. Exactly. He's an anti-hero. Yes, Kushi responds me. Yo, literally, right? Right, Chezarix? It's sad. Thirsty, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The way that Geralt actually behaves, not just towards Ciri, but towards everyone around Ciri, his training of her does not make up for the atrocity of his emotional unavailability and his abject neglect. It does not. You can train somebody. Regis is the goat. Regis is a goat. Yen is a goat. Milva's a goat. Let me put it to you this way. Like, of all the characters in the Witcher books that are goats, Regis, Milva, Kair, we have to give Kair a mention. I think he's amazing. I love him. I adore him. Kair is wonderful. Witcher taught not to be emotional. Thirsty, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. He has emotions. And Yennefer repeatedly calls him out on this, that she's like, stop it. You're using this as a defense. It's not that he's taught to not be emotional. He says it's the chemicals that produce no emotion. She's like, you're plenty fucking emotional in the sack with me. Oh yeah, you're so not emotional that you follow me to my place of work and stalk me, bro? Does that look like no emotions to you? You're so emotional that the first minute that you meet Yennefer, you bind yourself to her for all of time, knowing damn fucking well what a djinn is. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to know from The Witcher 4. I'm hoping that we get some kind of a cool glimpse into the past. Geralt uses this as an excuse, and it's the way that he hides his emotional unavailability. And when you really read the books, you're like, he's honestly shitty. He's really shitty. And he's even so shitty towards Regis, who does nothing but be friendly and helpful. He's like incredibly prejudiced. He's incredibly shitty. And basically by the time that you get to the end of the books, you're like, Geralt, I think that the saddest thing that I have ever seen in my life is imagine that you sleep with a woman who vaguely resembles Yennefer just to be emotionally ravaging, right? While she's in a dungeon being tortured and goddamn nearly murdered because she refused to betray you and your daughter. And when you find out about it, you go running because you're like, oh, fuck, I fucked up. You've been slandering her for fucking months. You've been treating her like shit for fucking years. And this woman, upon seeing you, instead of being furious that it took you so long to fucking get there, instead of the fact that she was so pissed that it took you this long to fucking come for you, like, you didn't come for her this entire time, and like you finally show up at the fucking gates of the fortress where you know that she's being literally dismembered. And when you arrive there, her response is like, oh, thank God. I believed in you this whole time. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? It's what Geralt behaves like towards people in his life is just abhorrent. Honestly, it says everything, by the way, that Ciri would call Yennefer mom without even a hesitation from an early age, but she never called Geralt her father. Notice that? Ciri never had a communication deficit. She had no problem calling out Yen is her mom, but she never mentions that Geralt's her father. With Yen's loyalty with the Emperor, one of my few critiques. Here's the thing, Chezarix, I could see where in this circumstance, she's basically like, listen, at the end of the day, Ciri is the heir of Nilfgaard. Where is Ciri? Where is her child going to have the best life? Okay, think about this like a parent for a minute. Where's your child going to have the best outcome? She's a mature adult woman. The Emperor's power is waning in the region. We all know that his allies are against him. That's like a commonly known thing, is that he has all this intrigue going on. Where is her life going to be best spent? Would you want your child to be wealthy, powerful, and actually have the authority and ability to make a difference in this world? Or would you want your child to be somebody who villagers will take a pitchfork to the gut of and kill like a mongrel by the side of the road? She's been bankrolling Geralt this entire time, having to fund him being able to afford meals and lodging. Of course she's going to side with whatever lets her daughter actually be set up. That's not true, Thirsty, and actually, if you do nothing in this game to sway Ciri's decision, she chooses to be Empress. And that is what she picks at the end of the day. And I know that the community really hates that fact, but if you don't touch her decision, she picks Empress. That's the thing. It's like, at the end of the day, Ciri also understands who Ciri is.
Fine. I'll agree to that.
And this is the deal, right? None of this is canon, because according to the books, Ciri shouldn't even be in this dimension. So none of this is canon to begin with, and none of these characters are actually accurate to the books. So when we talk about that, it's like, I'll be really honest with y'all.
Down with the black
it's
ones
like,
and
I think
non-humans alike.
one of the things that people forget about this is that none of this is actually legit. The author doesn't sign off on any of us. So it's like, I'll be really honest, even when I have seen the outcomes of this game, for me, the most unrealistic ending, if we're being like, so, all right, are we going to talk about the Radovid quest? Let's talk about the Radovid quest real fast. Lore breaking much? Bullshit much? I literally am just like, what the fuck?
What kind of name is that anyway? Durvan.
I'm like, what the crackheaded fuck is that? Who on earth thinks that Geralt would choose to murder his friends? Never got to kill him. I'm hoping I see you do it. You're hoping you see me kill Radovid? Let me put it to you this way. I'm on the fence about doing it. Sad Yorvith, yeah, Chesrix, when we talk about, like, characters whose omission should actually be a crime, why isn't Yorvith here? I hate everything. This is what happens when you're used to playing Elden Ring. I just tried to call Torin. I can't. This is how you know that we've been playing a lot of Elden Ring. I'll be forgetting the base controls of the game. It's fine. 16th playthrough, what's up? But no, I think one of the most frustrating aspects of the games and the books, because by the way, so if we're talking about the books, good to find a Witcher channel, right, Chesrix? Oh man, dude, this is gonna be also an annual replay for us, and I'm talking all the way through. I lived 100% every single quest in this game. I think it tells you so much about the people involved. I think you can also see a lot about the devs too with where they started. Like we were saying this earlier with Hjalmar's questline, the fact that that's the first quest that they developed and it's such a mess is one of those moments where I'm like, my brothers in Christ, y'all couldn't have gone back post-haste? Don't miss the early White Orchard ones. I know. I gotta go. You know what? Let's actually do that now while I'm thinking of it. The plague! God, the ambient dialogue. No, for me, I think the biggest bullshit in the Witcher series, if I'm being completely honest with you, are three things. Number one, acting like Geralt is ever going to, like the whole Jinn unbinding thing, I'm like, oh, fuck off. This is like not a thing. I understand why it exists, but it's not a thing. At least the game is better than the show. Everything is better than the show, Thirsty. As a matter of fact, I could literally stand up and fart, and it's better media content than the entirety of The Witcher show. I played this game this year and in love with the universe, right, dude? And this is the thing. It's like, I feel like the deeper that you dig into it, the more that you find out that the love that went into this game, it's like basically once they did actually have the rights, and this is the only reason why, by the way, like there was so much of the material not in the first and second game. They didn't have the rights because the author was like actively protesting it. By the time that we get into the Witcher 3, they could actually like have Yennefer in the game. They couldn't even have a character named Yennefer in the game. Seen Witcher 1 and 2 content, yeah. Poor Henry Cavill, right? But Thirsty, and I'm so happy about this, Cavill is the only reason why we got a season 3 that was at least passable. We're not talking about Radovid. That depresses me. What? Okay, what the fuck? I was like, I'll never forget my dad and I were watching it, and even my father, who has only like very peripherally watched a couple of scenes, the Radovid stuff made me so bad. Brother, I stood up. I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, first of all, I'm ashamed that this show chose to go in this direction, thinking that this would be inclusive. This is not the moment where we needed this inclusivity. Like, have you ever fucking heard of a streamer playing The Witcher 3? Go to the scenes with Radovid and you ask me if you think that this would have been a fucking thing. And like, the complete bullshit. The Curse of the Black Sun is one of the last concepts I enjoyed, right? Yeah. I was hoping that we were actually gonna see cool stuff with that. What's happening? Is it me? Did I accidentally press a button again? Time for the last season with Liam. I'm hoping that it never even sees the light of day, Ingo. I'm hoping against hope that Netflix will be like, you know what? This show has already done enough damage to us and people's faithfulness and our ability to to adapt anything to the screen, we're just gonna cancel it preemptively, because that is the canonical ending of the Witcher series, is it just being abruptly canceled and HBO grabbing those rights and just being like, ah yes, at last, my time has come. Because honestly, and y'all cannot convince me otherwise, if HBO could actually get the rights, we will have such a better show. Yes, go for it. Sorry, Netflix destroying everything I love, right, Thirsty? I just want them to be, like, the only things... I mean, it's very kind of lesbian. I hope that's fine books-wise. Oh, yeah. Well, she's canonically bisexual. So this is the thing to understand. Like, Ciri's canonically bisexual, but when it comes to a sense of obligation and duty, because she's already witnessed for most of her life a non-monogamous relationship, I think one thing that's important to keep in mind is that the reason why the Empress ending would still even work in that context is that she would obviously produce an heir for the sake of her duty, right? And to keep the bloodline going. But she also was perfectly capable of holding down relationships with men, and that's demonstrated by the fact that she and Hjalmar were talking about marrying each other even from an early age. So it's like, I think one of the most interesting things is like, not only is she quite literally canonically bisexual, but I love how people tend to forget that fact when we discuss the lore, and I'm just like, are we pretending Missile wasn't a thing? Because while I agree that that was not necessarily consensual and therefore pretty gross in the books, because like that's one of those things in the books that I'm like, I hate it. I'll be honest, I hate the way that the rats treated Ciri. Even though I know that it's what she chose for herself, I was like, it felt like, no, Hjalmar did not. Missile did. Missile did. And the rats were not exactly the best introduction to sexuality for Ciri, and that's why the fact that she has actually... You want to talk crazy? The fact that The Witcher is the only series where we actually see a young woman have a discussion of consent with a mother figure is such an important thing. Like, can we just take a minute to say, like, Yennefer is goated for having a conversation with Ciri, where Ciri asks what being bedded is, and she's like, well, let's start here first. Does the person in question even have a bed? Like, you realize that you have the ability to say no. You realize that that no should be important. I'm just glad they let Ciri do her own thing in the game. Yeah, like, you can kiss the skeleton guy, which I was fine with. I'm like, you know, you see he has a crush. You see the Wild Hunt here. He doesn't have long for the world, let's just say. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of my approach to it, is like, me as a teenager would have been like, fuck it. So I go with that. Kiss the boy. I knew he was gonna... Exactly. Chesrix. What's up, Cray? And I agree, Thirsty. I was so relieved that we did not have awkward Ciri romance scenes, because I was like, I'm just gonna say this. Nobody wants that. Like, the people who are shipping Ciri and Geralt, please, for the love of God, seek Jesus. I need you to find Jesus. I never recommend Christianity recklessly this way, but I recommend Christianity for these people. Because, you know what? It might help. She's literally still a child. Chesrix, that's where the show is going, apparently. Is to bring, Ciri and Geralt as romance options, and I was like, if I could just teleport out of the roof at this point. When I heard that, I was like, I'm gonna fight the universe. I was like, I'm gonna fight the whole world. This is actually insane. Not only is he much older, Thirsty, it's like he would never fucking contextualize her as this. Me and Texas were screaming last year when it came out that they were thinking about this. I was like, what are you talking about? What's up, Bumble? Like, Ciri and that sister to Skjall was more interesting. And here's the thing, Ingo, and this was the weirdest part for me, like, the way that Ciri rolls, I could have seen her rolling in either direction, let's just say. What's up, Bumble? It's good to see you. Quote Michael Jordan, stop it. Get some help, literally me. In the show, he basically won her as a prize for a wife. So here's the thing. It is book accurate, Thirsty, that so what he demanded in the initial scene was that which you have that you don't expect. Unfortunately, Pavetta was pregnant. Fuck. And she hadn't told Duny yet. So he accidentally gets a daughter. Now here's the thing. This is a classic Witcher thing that was used mainly for young boys because he would be able to force them into Do you like Unseen Elder? I love the GG. I'm interested in the Unseen Elder. I think he's cool. Surprisingly, exactly, the Law of Surprise, which is this old custom where basically what it would allow them to do is to be able to have boys who would be able to be recruited and become Witchers. I'm doing well, Bumble. We're having these like awesome lore discussions. I love it. Excuse me, what have I done? Oh, it's wolves. Oh, it's wolves. I see. I was like, what is happening? I was like, was it me? Did I Quen? Because we all know that the most canonical hysteria in this game is caused by Quen. No, is it mine? Yeah, that exit in your home and you don't know it's mine. Hello, wolves? I'm like, excuse me, wolves? Waiting for another conjunction of spheres and zero fear.
We'll look for Bastion later.
Well, that's the thing, Ish. It's like, listen, let me tell you, when it comes to this lore, this is one of the few universes, like, you know how there are people who, like, get very, like, foam at the mouth about Tolkien? This is my foam at the mouth. I'm like, homegirl knows what the hell's happening here. It's not just that I paid attention once I learned the story. I was like, oh, I'm gonna write entire academic level essays on this because I couldn't walk for 9 months.
Talk to your dog.
Oh yeah, I never do, Chezorix. I'd never skip it.
Guess he's mine.
About when you mentioned the Witcher Netflix series.
Bastion fought the Black Ones in a battle just outside
God,
the village.
when I tell you that the Netflix series,
I told him, do like I did, lose a finger or two so they won't recruit you.
I want Lauren Histrick to just rest in piss. I want her to just burn for it. Her comments about the fandom, her comments about the books, her comments about the canon lore. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you into hell and back. What the hell are you doing?
Someone told me they're afraid of fire, so
How do you think you're gonna adapt something? What do you think Odim is? Evil itself or Satan?
Would have ended up eaten alive if it weren't for Hussar here. Listen,
okay.
Guessing you
Odim,
swords for more than
neither. I think Odim is probably slightly above a Jinn. Slightly above a Jinn in terms of his power scaling. I don't think he's a god, but I think he's a very dangerous entity that I'm really hoping that we're gonna get some canonical, like, pop-ins from in the next game, if I'm being totally honest. If the next game is in the future, I am so hopeful that we will see a return of Gaunter Odim.
Fine.
Number one.
I'll help you.
I don't think that he's pure evil. I think he's amoral, and a lot of people have a hard time with it for the same reason that people tend to hate Daemon Targaryen. Let me explain why.
But I want to find his body at least. So
when he stops time and sticks his spoon in that guy's eye, right-ish. Here's the thing.
Meet me on the hill overlooking the battlefield. We'll move
Here's
on
the thing.
together from there.
Amorality is this, right? Amorality is not... Amorality is taking stock of your circumstances and realizing what you can do that will be to an advantage to yourself, but is not necessarily prescribing to the baseline morality that is dictated by either the context or the culture at hand. So what I mean by this, and why I think that this is important that we discuss, is that I think that what Gaunter is adhering to is his own sense of morality. What works for Gaunter? It has nothing to do with the common people. He has no interest in whether or not mortals live or die. He is very much an entity who is out for himself. I don't think that this makes him classically evil. I think it makes him someone who, when motivated, could certainly do the right thing, right? He saves us. However, it doesn't mean he's going to do it all the time unless it serves his ends. And the reason why amoral characters are so dangerous, like a Daemon Targaryen, is because when they understand the power that they wield, they have quite a lot of autonomy that we folks who grew up especially in very morally dichotomous, strong cultures, we don't really like. But here's the thing. I agree, Thirsty, because she has self-worth in this society, and she doesn't need these people. And the thing is that when you actually understand how powerful that she is magically compared to all of her colleagues and compared to the rest of the continent, she's correct. And so is Gaunter. They don't need to play by these rules, so they don't. And I don't see anything wrong with that at all. For me, personally, I find her to be much more authentic, much more real. It's like, is she aligned with the moral good? There is no moral good in this universe. These people, please keep in mind, these people are such where her own daughter was about to be subjugated to incest. And basically she doesn't get involved until she's like, so we're clear that that's not a thing that's happening. Like Morvryn has already been secured as her consort. And she's like, all right, great. Yeah, okay. I have priorities. Ciri, Geralt, me. That's it. That's the only things that she cares about. And I don't fault her for that. I think that that's very realistic.
Here, good.
And in a world like
Bastion,
that, I think it's smart.
His Odie must be here somewhere.
So this is a lot of the people he deals with like a mirror. Exactly, Chezorix, that's it.
One could take a while.
You needn't fret.
Yep.
The recruits from White Orchard painted a small
I'm
flower
one of
on
these
their
people
shields
where
so
I
as to
think
be
that a
able to
lot of
spot
the
each
reason
other
why
in
people
battle.
don't like
It was
amoral
just a few of them.
characters
We
in
look for the
general
flowers,
is
we'll find
because
Basti
they're like,
quick.
well, I can't trust you. You can't trust the ones who are goody two shoes either. Like, I don't know how many of you have ever been in situations where you're around people who like very strongly adhere to like, I'm going to do the right thing. If you ever notice, those people are usually not, but they won't address it. And it's kind of disturbing, isn't it? So the thing was Thirsty is like, so Ciri's father, the Emperor, at one point in the books is like trying to marry her and then have heirs with her because of her bloodline. Okay. When we look at people who are too staunch in one direction of their morality, everybody's like, what the fuck? When you think about her bloodline, there's actually a logic to what was going on there. However, and I think that this must be said, the only people to free Ciri from this bizarre eugenics arrangement were literally Geralt and Yen. That's it. Like, they basically intervened as her parents to make sure that this shit didn't happen. The root of the issue. What is considered moral? Exactly. I think Yen is moral. She is very in tune with hers. Exactly, Sinnoh. I think that she's morally upstanding. And here's why I would make this argument, Thirsty. When you read the books, this becomes clear. So Yennefer, who cannot herself have children, right? She is canonically infertile, sees a struggling Skelligan woman for whom it will benefit her nothing to intervene medically. She reattaches the woman's uterus to save both the mother and the baby, even though it will gain her nothing, and this woman has been filth to her. Yennefer's moral standing is never in question in the books. It's literally like she is passionately pro people, especially when those people are women. She's a very, very passionate feminist. And it comes out in this game in the way that she's adamant about standing on Triss's side of the situation and yelling at Geralt about what happened there and holding him responsible instead of holding her friend responsible. Was killing that garden. Well, here's the thing, Chezorix. When you're a parent, you have to make difficult decisions. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't give a fuck about that garden. That garden versus your child's life, it's going to be the garden every time. She's not going to give a fuck. And I completely understand it, because when you're a parent, there are certain situations where you need to not give a fuck to help your child. Like, let me put it to you guys this way. If it was someone's beloved dog, but they're mauling my child, I'm killing their dog if I need to get it off my child. And I'm very sorry about that. But at the same time, fuck you, that's my child. And I understand that in that moment, like, you have to be willing to really, like, filter down through the information and get down to the brass tacks of like, what's it gonna be? If it's this or that, sometimes you gotta pick the unpopular decision. Ibrahim, it depends on what you mean with the sad ending. We're not having Ciri die, that's for damn sure. Yeah, I get it, but it's frustrating because if you play Complete Witcher, it feels like you wasted 6 hours. It's frustrating, Chezorix, and I agree that it's not really canonical for her to like not give a shit about the Skelligan's garden.
Especially if he was on the
She held herself responsible and did not throw him under the bus. Thank you, Sinnoh. Maturity is being able to say, I fucked up, I own it, it's my failing, not his. And I completely agree with you there, Sinnoh. I think that more than anything, that is one of those moments where it's like, ah, yes. We don't have to question whether or not she's moral. We know that she's moral. And it's like, if you're paying any attention to the situation in that moment, and especially the aftermath of that situation, by the way, I enjoy very much the fact that after that point, like, so I don't know how many of you have actually done this. So I don't know if it's going to be a brain blast, but like when you first approach those women, you can basically tell her, you can be like, Yen, stop. And she does. She fully checks herself and is like, I'll stop. She's like, okay. Okay. Meaningless in a way. I could skip to Skellige, yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you this much right now. There's certain quests in this game that are always a bit weird to me. And the garden one is one of those where they just basically wanted to show off that Yen can do necromancy, and I get it. It's cool. You trust your choice that can save her. Sometimes choose it. Oh yeah. Oh, Ibrahim, this is my 16th playthrough of the game. I am very well aware of what happens. You are all good. It is a bit weird, and I will say this much. I don't really love a lot of times what we see in this game when it comes to some of the like long-term quests. Like if you were to zoom out usually about 7 days from the ending of a particular quest, what you will see is that there's actually tangible consequences in the world for your decisions. But one thing that has always frustrated me is the fact that like some of the quests that should have long-reaching implications don't if you keep up with it. You're like, this is weird. Absolutely, Ibrahim. If you guys want advice or need advice, I am more than happy to be your go-to. This is one of those games where like, I find that so much of the game discussion, and this is what it boils down to, is like, a lot of the times what I tell people is like, if you're looking for a good entry point to the games, read the books. And this is one of those things that I feel like people don't really say enough. If you want a good entry point to the games and what's going on, please, for the love of God, just take the time and read the books or listen to the books. The audiobooks are great. Start The Witcher 2. I'm a regular player on Gwent's Steam. Yeah, dude, I love the Gwent standalone.
That him?
No. Mavis' son.
I'm so sad. Which armor sets are better at the Witcher schools? The Manticore is the best one, IMO. For me, the Witcher school was the best. Or the Manticore Witcher school is the best. If you're going... So you played Thronebreaker. Yeah, I played some of Thronebreaker. It was hard for me to get invested.
That him?
No.
Which was a bummer.
Mavis' son.
Good entry point to the game is subscribing to your stream. Thank you, Ish. I'm also giving Gwent tutorials, so in the game. So for those of you that are like, oh my god, what's happening with Gwent? Don't worry, we'll be going over Gwent. Every time that we play Gwent, I'm going to discuss what's happening in Gwent so that you guys can identify it.
Doesn't look anything like him.
Maeve is great. You beat me. You did beat me. Listen, Maeve is interesting, but I was like... I was trying to get into her, but at the time that I played it, I just wasn't.
Might be hard to tell, I know, but...
No problem.
Could this be him?
Oh, yeah.
So, basically for me, the Witcher school armors... Griffin is good for if you're going signs. Bear is good for if you're going combat. Wolf is good if you're going combat, sign hybrid. Potion's best one, I believe. I mean, Viper's good. I believe that the potion canonical one would be Viper. Cat is really good for if you're trying to go with like mostly light attack. Like what I'm doing right now would be amazing for a cat build. I'm a wolf guy. Yeah, I'm in love with the Manticore. Treading on another human's rights unless you're alone. It depends also on the society that you're in and what sort of rights that we're talking about. Right, Ibrahim, I love the bear armor. Let me tell you something, the bear armor is just, especially because I'm a classically heavy armor girly to start with. It's so good.
My lieutenant demanded
that set is just
on command.
The wolf black one, yeah.
Landing
the wolf
all
is
around,
sick.
And all he could say was, "A soldier with a full stomach."
I think it's the Netflix one. It's close too, yeah.
Now,
it's close.
shit, that is
Netflix
Can you believe
tried.
The cretin.
They tried.
You're killing me. My
Dude,
ribs.
same Sinnoh, and especially too that if you wait the 7 days,
needs a tourniquet.
you can actually see where they wind up.
Want to explain what's going on here?
Bastian! Has this Nilfgaardian captured you?
No.
This is so precious.
He saved my life. I got a cut to my side, and then got hit.
You can give recommended swords. All right.
Couldn't see anything.
Early game. There is in one of the lakes. I think we actually have it.
Across the battlefield.
It is Goodwin, and you should avoid it like the plague unless you're looking for something very funny to watch.
So we were.
100% candor.
Blind man.
Show is terrible.
In a cripple. Found this place.
I'm taking.
Is Hattori canon on the books?
We need to see to these wounds.
Ibir Hattori. Ooh.
Alone he'll die. And he can't go back to
I
his
think
home.
so. I think I just saw this morning, actually, Chezers. It's funny that you asked that.
Find him with us. They'll hang
I
us
think
all,
so.
by Laisha included. No, the Black and Stacey.
It's a Kill Bill reference.
Bastion only made it with a black one.
Recommended swords. So there is actually a sword in White Orchard in one of the lakes that we'll find. Yen or Triss? Yen, every day. In every way.
Well,
it's always Yen.
I could give him our pa's
It's
clothes.
always Yen. Triss is not even like the remotest option.
That accent.
In perfect honesty, Geralt doesn't deserve any of these lovely women, but it's always Yen.
Thank you, Witcher. Your reward.
Easter eggs on The Witcher, yeah, dude, right? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I'm so excited for when we get to the Easter eggs, too, and we can just, like, nerd. But yeah, I love this quest, and I love the way that it winds up. Don't be harsh on him. I'm not being harsh on him. Triss is awful, Ibrahim. If you go into, like, the base lore, she not only sexually assaults Geralt twice, okay, and we have that canonically on record, between games and books. Some synchrony. She also sells out Ciri and also Yen, knowing that Yen is probably about to go get murdered. She signs up Ciri for a eugenics program in which basically Ciri would be bred like a racehorse against her consent, just to propagate her genes. And when, unfortunately, Yen brings this up to her, she's like, I don't really care. And then when Yen is like, well, can you at least let Geralt know that I'm about to go be in prison and probably die? Triss is like, no. I'm right, Goodwin? I love it. Yeah, and the funniest part, Chesrix, is that she's actually so weak. She's literally so weak in comparison to the other sorceresses that it's, like, kind of comical that that's the thing that everybody comes back to, is that they're like, well, she has strong magic. It's like she doesn't. I like the Irish hair. Oh my god, Ibrahim, wait till you see that I have book-accurate hair on for Triss. She's gonna be so much prettier. Yennefer. Yennefer is actually, at this point, stronger than Philippa, by the way. So, Philippa is strong, and she was Tissaya's favorite. She stopped being Tissaya's favorite because Yen superseded her, which is actually something that they discuss in the books. Oh yeah, oh my god, wait till you see, oh my god, Ibrahim, if you're looking for good mods, the book-accurate Triss is so gorgeous. She's so much more beautiful with her actual hair and her actual cornflower blue eyes. We looked at it live on stream a couple of weeks ago, and we were like, I was like, honestly, hang on. Do you guys want to see book accurate Triss? Yeah, I can actually show it right now. Hang on, do you guys want to see? Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna save that. And we're gonna load. We're gonna have to find it. This is gonna be interesting. I go back. We still have it too. Last Wish, Carnal Sins. My god, it's been a minute! 2023, baby! A Matter of Life and Death. Yeah, here it was. We could technically go back to Pyres, though. I think Pyres will do it. Show Yenna. Yenna from the books? Yeah. I actually have her lore-accurate hair on, too. Hey, I'll show you guys both. Here we go. Back into our old playthrough, just to show you guys what book-accurate Triss is supposed to look like. This is the most mind-blowing thing that people, like, fail to wrap their head around, and I'm like, this is why what CDPR did to Triss is so unfortunate, because her actual red hair, in its actual state... Thanks for the follow, dude. Her actual red hair in its actual state is so much more beautiful than what they tried to do. Thanks, dude. Her actual cornflower blue eyes, so much more gorgeous than what they gave her. I was like, I'm actually angry on behalf of Triss stans, and I don't understand why people didn't rage more. I would have absolutely raged if they didn't give us this version of Triss. And I'm excited for Ingo because I feel like if you guys haven't seen this...
Yes, you! You've got water on the brain!
If you guys haven't seen this, this is going to be one of those insane reveals where you're like, holy crap, King of Beggars is cool. Dude, I love the Gwent deck in the standalone. That is literally like all of Novigrad. It's so sick. I've never been able to play well with it, but I wish I could. Confused by the casting choice for Triss in the show. Same. It was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Do I use any mods? Yes, we have an EMB on. We have lore accurate eyes. We have hair that is accurate to Yennefer in the books. We have completely book accurate Triss, which I love. Because, oh my god, I'm so excited to show you guys her. Now let me just make sure that this is... Ah, shit, hang on. I loaded the wrong one. Also, the music in this section of the game is just gorgeous. Hang on. We'll find it. Let's find A Matter of Life and Death. Oh. God in heaven. I mean, I guess we could also do Now or Never. No, actually, this is what we need. Where'd it go? God damn, what was the one that we had? Destination Skull, Contract Shrieker. Yen's casting nailed. See the show nailed Geralt, Yen, and Ciri. Yeah, Yen's actress was fantastic. Anya was wonderful. What happened with those scripts? I completely agree with Asty on this point. What happened with the scripts was genuinely awful. It made me sad.
Triss could not help Geralt.
I haven't even seen show, and I know that. Here's the thing, Chesrix. A lot of people made really racist comments about, made a lot of racist comments about the different castings. I don't have a problem with them including actors and actresses that are diverse. What I have an issue with is when they change fundamental traits of the storylines of the person. So for example, I liked Anya, same Thirsty, I agree. I think for me, what really kind of got me,
You did, but you paid
got excited, is what was going on with characters like Kira, where like the sorceresses are basically supposed to, like canonically they are supposed to be these almost frighteningly fey looking beings. I didn't feel that with Kira. Let's see if it works. Here's lore accurate, book accurate Triss. Mic dropped. The difference is night and fucking day.
Give us a necklace and get out of here.
Stop. I'll take it off myself.
I'm just saying. How could you fucking deny how much better that this is than what we got from CDPR? Wait till you see lore accurate Yennefer with her hair proper length.
I didn't. Their behavior.
There is. You can overhaul her whole appearance, you know.
They deserved the necklace.
This is a redhead, Ibrahim. An actual redhead, not manic panic.
They took a risk, sure, for a hefty fee.
Yes.
This is the part that kills me.
The thing is, they could have taken the coin and turned me over to the hunters, but they didn't, which was extremely honorable by Novigrad standards.
Please don't make excuses for them.
Geralt, we could debate morals or any number of.
And look at how much better it looks with her outfit's color scheme, by the way.
What's happening in the city.
Her actually being a redhead right now looks so much better. It's like kind of day and night, isn't it, Sinnoh? Day and night.
I should get all the mages to the docks as soon as possible.
Like, this is what an actual redhead looks like, for those of you that are not initiated.
At the meeting point.
Triss, I can't do this. Can't help. Ciri's in danger.
Right, Ingo?
So am I.
The modding community saved us, and the Cornflower Blue Eyes.
Sorry. Shouldn't have said that. I understand.
What's Book Regis? Exactly what he looks like in the games. That's the craziest part, Chesrix. He's actually accurate.
I hope we'll all meet again someday.
Really bad hair dye vibes. Exactly, Sinnoh. Exactly.
And if you change your mind, you'll find me at the Kingfisher.
CDPR did manage to nail it with the DLC. That much I will say. That much I will say. Now, we're gonna look at lore accurate Yennefer, which is my personal favorite. Personally, for me, once you actually have Yenna's proper hair, it's like, baby, there is no competition. Get ready, y'all. With her actual hair. Anytime, Ibrahim, I got you guys. Listen, I'm always happy to showcase stuff from the mods, especially because modders work so fucking hard and they breathe new life into these games. Please, everybody, support the modding community like as much as you guys are ever able to. They are what keeps gaming alive. Thank you very much. Regis in the DLC made me cry when I saw and heard him, yeah. Not just Red Kit, but I'm talking like independent modders who just take their time to create new content for these games and keep us all invested in things like Skyrim, invested in The Witcher. Do we need to new game if we added mods? No, these are my old saves from last year where I did not have mods on at all, and because they are only aesthetic mods, they're not interfering with anything. I cannot say that that will be true for all mods, if you have something story breaking, that could do it. However, none of my mods are story breaking. This is all just aesthetics. They're my heroes, right? Right, Ro? What they've done just for like Skyrim alone is kind of wild to think about. Fallout London after I get through Space Marine 2. Oh my god, Cinder's gonna be beautiful. Nexus mods, yes. Yes, go right onto Nexus mods. And what you're looking for is book accurate. However, I warn you, do not do the Yennefer face one. You will not be happy. And also, it's not actually book accurate, which is one of the frustrating things. But here is our book accurate Yennefer.
Can we talk?
With her properly shaded eyes and her proper hair. I completely agree, Chezorix.
So, talk again later.
You guys ready? My favorite reveal. So they nailed her pretty well. But it gets even better. Look at her hair. Look at her actually lore accurate hair. Better in every way, shape, and form, as it properly should be. Black curls that fall down her back and look wild. This was the dialogue for me that did it.
With pleasure.
This was the dialogue for me that did it. If you want God's honesty.
Ever thought this day would come? Me and you, peace and quiet, bees buzzing, birds chirping.
I almost regret delaying so long before coming to you. I was quite the silly goose.
You have doubts? Though I imagine it might have been hard coming after me. Always were proud as a peacock.
Please, Geralt. I'm not like other sorceresses to feel that following someone means my wings have been clipped.
Now, important in this dialogue. So if you pick Triss and you go to Toussaint, she complains because she's already taken a job with the King of Kavir, so she can't stay long. And asks if they can wrap it up soon, repeatedly. It's actually super grating. And when I saw the dialogue, I was like, imagine your partner inherits this massive vineyard, wealth and opulence beyond anything that you would ever need to do. And you're like, yeah, sorry, I can't stay. Like, actually, we need to go. I was like, nope. He worked very hard for this ending. Werewolves with character, right? Vampires are married, tears above, agreed. I haven't actually played that yet, Ro. I really need to. Oh, thank you, Ibrahim.
What do you say about your colleagues? Remember, it's an
I appreciate
that
that.
fouls its own nest.
Well said, Witcher. You're not only handsome, but wise, too.
It was this dialogue that did it for me.
Like the cat that got the canary.
Yeah, and I'm... Damn it. You win. This time.
Ha!
How'd that start, anyway? Our duels and wordplay.
Forgotten. It was at a vernissage in Banard. You started it to keep from going mad with boredom. I remember finding your sense of humor both groan-worthy and somehow endearing.
She's so like...
Never change, Geralt.
The voice acting. The way that she just like purrs out like never change, Geralt. Yeah, right? It's just...
You know, feels kind of strange having a home.
This dialogue sealed it forever for me.
I must say, I never pictured you owning real estate.
All the voice acting in this game is actually amazing. Are we going to talk about Hjalmar and Saris?
Yen, back then, before we fought the hunt, said you wanted to run away with me to the world's end. This vineyard, good enough?
Yes. Although, there's one thing missing.
Namely?
This dialogue.
I shall give you a hint. It's large, white, has 4 legs, category taxidermy.
Oh yeah, the unicorn.
They're just like so kinky and I love it. It's like mom and dad are kinky. You know what I mean?
You'd see things my way.
All of the voice acting in this game was just feels so relaxed here with the music. Yeah, this is the happy ending that they were dreaming of in the books, and it just.
The landscape's lovely and the towns are charming, no question about that.
Be a bird in that world, right, Inga?
But the southern sun plays havoc with my wardrobe.
Good vibes.
To be blunt, wear black down here and you're pretty damn hot.
And one thing I love
think about changing your color palette.
is that if you wait long enough,
white and pea green, for instance.
she gets a dress in this color.
And I'll wear scents distilled from turnips and dates.
And she actually gets a dress in this color. And it's really cool.
I shall simply stay in the shade. And you'll bring me cool drinks. At regular intervals.
Yeah, thirsty, because she's his wife. You know what I mean? Like, they've already been parents together, and I think when you've had that experience... Love Yenna and Y2, yeah, oh, dude, in the standalone Gwent game, her white outfit has me in such a chokehold. I'm like, why do you log into the Witcher Gwent standalone game? It's amazing. The white goth aesthetic is just...
Working on a new spell?
Not at all. These aren't grimoires, just pleasure reading.
Bingo. I think that the thing that we have to all just strive for is this level of self-confidence and self-worth.
Always thought you too busy to make time for something as impractical as pleasure reading.
Because I was.
I love this. This, for me, really, was like...
A few weeks ago, I awoke to the realization that I know not what to do next.
I was like, this is some grown woman shit.
I have no goal. And you know what? I like that. Finally, I can stop thinking about politics and focus on what's important to me.
Whew.
Which is why I came here.
I was like, Yen. It's like, wait, we're just dying.
So...
Oriana's cool. Oriana's cool.
I'm not going anywhere.
Now this is what's fun. So if you go up into the room, right? So then this is what's funny, by the way. So if you hang out all day, she will sleep in the bed with you. But if you go up into the guest room, you can actually see that what she has ready and waiting for her, should she choose to put it on. I think it's kind of an oversight and unfortunate that they didn't actually, I think it's a really unfortunate oversight that they didn't actually have her wear it, but look! Off-white and pea green. She actually takes his suggestion and gets the dress. And I think it's really sweet that she does this. Isn't it such a bummer that she's not wearing this? I'm like, I could never fully build the house. Oh my god, dude, when I tell you that I just straight up went through so much. I went through so much coin. I went through so much coin. I just think it's so sweet that she can, like, that she actually takes his suggestion and buys it, even though those aren't naturally flattering colors for her. I love that she actually breaks her own conventions when she finally has a home and a place to rest with him. Where my vampire armor's at. I did not do the Tesha Mudna route. I always go the Sienna route. I always go this. Oh, I didn't even realize she brought the unicorn over. 16 playthroughs and I never saw her bring the unicorn. Holy shit. I'm living my best life. This is such a cool reveal. Yes, yes. I dropped the main quest line to complete the house, right? Brother. I hadn't seen that. Wait, hang on. I'm completely losing it. This is actually, you're like watching your streamer nerd in real time. Hang on. First of all, what time does she come in? We have to see what time she comes in from outside. Right, Goodwin, I'm just like, my emotions. Let's wait for the wifey, right? All the Yennefer love. I had no idea that she does this. And it's giving me life, if I'm honest. Yen, at what point do you walk into the house? This is so funny. I can't believe he doesn't comment on it. He should totally be commenting on this. Yen! Wait, did she just... Am I losing it? Hang on. She comes in from being outside at what time? There's like some time frame that Yen gets up from her seat where she's reading. Ooh. Wait, did they actually give you a candle for the night?
Can we talk?
Chezarix, it was so nice to see you, dude.
With pleasure.
Enjoy. Let me see something.
So, talk
Big
again
love to you too, dude. Welcome in.
I'm not going anywhere.
I really want to see what they... So first of all, also, the ambiance at night is nice. Girl, at what time do you come in? Was it 10 p.m.? Am I just getting the times wrong? It's been a hot minute since I've done this. Hang on, your friendly local Effie can't tell time. It's fine. What was it, 9? Let's go to 10. Like, girl, at what point do you come in and go to bed? Or the Toussaint music just stops. Chat, am I a crackhead? Arr! Girl, what in the name of God? Do you, like, have a bedtime? Maybe I'm insane, but basically what happens is that you see her... Do we have to wait some time for her to do this? That would be crazy if she's like, if she needs time to settle in. Hang on, let's see something. Wouldn't that be crazy? Because her ambient pathing should not be changing. I have 100,000. There she is. Oh my god, Yennefer. You gave me a heart attack. I was like, girl, at what point do you come in and go to bed? And then fun thing is that her pathing is just like, she will literally, so she has the whole guest room upstairs technically to herself. But she'd rather be in bed with hubby, and I think that that's adorable. I'm trying to remember what time that she gets up at too. It's something cute. Must be a really good book. Listen, she brought romance books, so you know that my girl is I love the way that she sleeps. That is like the worst sleeping position. All of the characters, all the female characters in this game sleep weird. That was a long park trip. Welcome back, Project. But yeah, it's really cute. And then she has the same wake up time every day. And it's like she would rather be sleeping there instead of the whole guest room upstairs. So I just love it. Romance. Listen, they're giving something to the audience, you know? And I have to say, it's nice to see that. Annual. Yeah, I think we just finished this. Please take the boots off before you get into bed. You would think, Ish. I'm actually very surprised that we never see night clothes and stuff with how much detail that they put into this game. I've always been genuinely shocked that we never got, like, night clothes. Or, like, crawling under the covers. Like, I really would have expected it. But then when you realize that the game is, like, about 8 or 9 years old, I guess it makes sense. However, what time is it? Oh my god, it's 1:03. Believe it or not, guys, I have actually not eaten yet today. We'll chat. Oh my goodness. I think that this is a perfect resting point for day 1 of our Witcher 3 replay. I think this is a good resting point before session 2 later. They have it in Cyberpunk if you choose to write a romance option. Wait, I love that they put it in, Ish. They actually thought about it. That's so nice. Wait, I love that. Probably because people complained. Anytime, Sinnoh. Anytime, Lord. It was a really good time to hang out with you guys. I love that we have done Witcher Day 1. We are going to go chill, and then I'm going to be back later on tonight for the second session. In the second session, we will be doing some Elden Ring, which I'm sure that you all know is going to be just absolutely fascinating for all of us involved. Especially because I will have forgotten the control mapping for Elden Ring. So it's going to be kind of hilarious. And anytime, Ingo. It was a blast. You know, I always love nerding out, and I always love seeing you guys. Goodwin, Ingo, Cray, Rose, everybody. But now you got me all interested in The Witcher. I know, right, Ish? Well, we're going to be doing more of The Witcher tomorrow morning. First thing. And then tomorrow evening, we'll be doing Elden Ring again. We're going to move Elden Ring, I think, to the evening sections, and then we're going to be doing Witcher 3 in the morning, so it's going to be nice. See you later, Swarm. It's going to be so good. Later, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. I look forward to seeing you in the second session. Thank you all for making our first day back in The Witcher 3 so memorable. And who knows, later today, if chat votes it in hard enough, we might just have Witcher round 2, so You guys keep me posted about what you want to see. If you're in the Discord, feel free to sound off. If you're not in the Discord, feel free to hop in and join. I look forward so much to seeing you guys later. Until then, have a wonderful lunch. That's your